didn't see any of that. That's what I'm talking about. Not social media, sir.
Hey, real quick, Sandra, because I know you're talking in the real quick, because Sandra, I know you're talking in the chat. Yeah, it is breaking from a Fox News reporter that's got, I want to preface this, that's got unnamed sources that she has not released, which is often the case, that people remain anonymous, that the shooter Tyler Robinson was living with a transitioning male girlfriend that may have provided some assistance. I want to again say this is early. This is breaking. The Guardian had to retract their story yesterday about him being a hardcore leftist. But the New York Post just posted it as well. I want to say it is out there. You're going to hear about it. Give it some time.
I like this. So let's be clear in real time. I'll be very brief. Notice what we just heard. Notice the station. Take note of the station that we heard it from, right? And so we know that what the Post is about. We know what Fox is about. Notice that this story hasn't been confirmed or any of that. What this is a piece of propaganda to begin to shift this and try to redirect this into this trans issue to associate, again, some type of mental problem, right? Y'all know how I feel about trans, so we're not even going to go there. But the point is, this is MAGA diversion tactics. You have to understand how they plant these stories and how they go about it. So we'll see if this story catches legs, but right now we are at the beginning of it, and in real time, that is my assessment of what I just heard. This is an attempt to turn this, to add this to the day. So something like this, for example, when we question what is the day, take an incident and a report like this. Boom, you know what? The followers, they're going to take that and put that under the day category, right? Then it'll be another story. It might be something regarding some Mexicans and something negative about that. Boom, they put it under the day. Boom. It could be another situation where a black man is incident with black folks and is negative. It's a negative story. They take that, put that under they. Next thing you know, under they have a portfolio of targets. They have the groups that they need to go after. They understand the message. Some of them are going to be violent, right? Some of them are going to use their platforms. They're just different strategies that are being deployed to address the day. And we have to be smart enough and use our cognitive to see this shit. Like, y'all gotta really just stop and pay the fuck attention to the
Oh my gosh!
Alan, yo, I only spoke for a minute, like less than a minute. Like, I'm looking at my time, part of my power. I can't help my power.
Look, can I just say something? Even the story itself, which, mind you, Fox News, New York Post, owned by the same Murdoch people. All right, so let's remember that. Also, part two, the story was that he was living with somebody who's trans. What if he was living with somebody who's Russian? What if he's living with somebody who's black? What if he's living with somebody who's Hispanic? Who the fuck cares?
Right.
This is a white supremacist dude who was raised in a MAGA Republican right-wing gun-toting family. What does all the other shit matter? So because he lives, even if it's true, which I doubt it's true, because they're just throwing this bullshit out there, just like the FBI made up a story about trans words on the bullets by the FBI purposely to create a narrative that it's them. But the reality is, it doesn't fucking matter. The guy was the guy, and it doesn't matter if he was adjacent, friends with a trans, living with a trans, dating a trans. That fucking matters. It is him. And look what they try to do in real time, right in front of our face. God damn it, are we...
You know what?
Can I keep it real? Oh, go ahead. Winston.
Spirit, you are Jewish, right?
Yes.
I
this is, I'm not, trust me, I don't mean no harm with that. But this is what we need. And more often than what I would like to hear, I don't hear anybody from my community except for probably me, Judge Prince, or anybody that does not have like any
Hey, Ann, listen to the psychopaths of Clown World.
Plus community. I just want to tell you thank you, because the previous speaker was almost getting ready to go down that rabbit hole, and he had to reel himself back. But then it took you to fucking matter, and this is what we need. That's what I was talking about earlier this morning with First Lady. That this is what the fuck we need. I want allies like Spirit. Fuck the rest. I'm not saying all white people, all Jewish people, all different people, different ethnic backgrounds.
I'm not an ally.
No. Let's stay there. Hear me out. You are an ally to me because I'm a black man. Fuck me being part of. You know what I'm saying?
He doesn't like to get patted on the back this long.
So you're an ally to me. I'm an ally to you. This is what it's about. It's about human being decency. And as we continue to see, you got the right that continues to incite this stupid ass bullshit. And it doesn't matter. But then we hear somebody from my community say, we gotta be smart. We can't fall for the okey doke. But you can't even say your goddamn self. It don't fucking matter. But somebody who's Jewish can say it don't fucking matter.
All right.
You're ready to go down this rabbit hole about, oh, that's another illness, but we don't want to go there. No, fuck that. It don't fucking matter. Kids just lost their fucking life. And a racist guy spit in the fucking head. And people want us to beg us to have empathy for this motherfucker. Hell fucking no. So thank you, Spirit. Thank you for being a fucking ally to me as a fucking black man and to my black sisters in this motherfucker. That's what we need. It's not gonna be y'all. It's not gonna be y'all. It's gonna be us niggas. Us house niggas. That's gonna hold us the fuck back.
All right, I'm gonna let that sit for a little bit before I say something.
Okay.
I might crush a little bit of the vibe right now.
You hear that shit,
I
Ann?
know, Scotty, that was a rhetorical question when you said, "Who the fuck cares?" Bro, the fucking MAGA whites care, bro. That's why that was crucial, bro. Because they plant these motherfucking seeds. And you know that they're not gonna see the redaction, right? They're not gonna see them when they pull it back and be like, "Oh shit, that's my bad. We gotta erase from your memory that this went out." But it's already there. It's gonna be spread, it's gonna be viral, and it's gonna be too late. Right? So that's why it matters.
Yeah, Candace Owens is proof of this. Candace Owens really did a lot for his legacy, more than we realize. She did a lot for him as a person. I had no idea how responsible she was for the success of him in his career. I would say she's more successful for his career than he is of hers.
Can I ask a question here? So where's the line though? You know, with like, I understand if you don't want to have empathy for Charlie Kirk and all that, but I understand a lot of the things he said were inflammatory. But where's the line?
Where was the line with him?
No, but like, where's the line before someone should die? You know, for what?
I mean, it's not people that are celebrating or are indifferent. I don't think that they're saying that someone should die, but when you go back and listen to, he was not only was he racist, but he was sassy
and out of 48 hours, I've never heard anyone actually play a clip or provide any evidence whatsoever that Charlie Kirk was racist, nor have I ever heard anything specific, just total generalizations every single time. Nobody has ever been able to say anything specific, ever.
People want people to show some humanity. When he showed none while he was here, none. You can't go around talking that much shit and talking about people and things, and then people want people to have sympathy or anything for you. Like, this is just crazy. And the further this goes, shows the amount of white fragility and the white privilege in this country, because like, y'all really think like at the end of the day we supposed to straighten up and like, you know, say it's wrong. Fuck that. Yeah. Like, I really want y'all to understand, like, fuck that. Nobody has to straighten up and fly right when it turns to be about white people. And it's kind of, well, it's very like offensive, because it's always like, well, come on, you guys. No, fuck not. But come on, where? Did y'all come on with Freddie Gray or any of the hundreds of black people when we told y'all, and y'all made comments about, you know, old boy being a drug addict and this and that? So no, I like don't ask the line when niggas is alive. Nobody was asking that line, you know, where's the line? So you should have asked him when he was here.
You know what I thought about? I thought about something.
Jesus, this is crazy.
2 seconds. I thought.
But you been off. Like, let him reply, please.
Okay. I'll go after him. Thank you. Pardon me, Coach. I'll go after him.
No, yeah.
You want Robert to apply
I
with the
agree
other guy?
with all of that cultural, but like, I just mean like, you know, when people are still kind of like praising death and like being like, so doesn't that create more? You know what I mean? Like, if I'm over here like, yeah, good for him that he died, like, so the next guy might be empowered to be like, oh yeah, we should kill these people that we don't agree with. You know what I'm saying? You know, the kind of type of rhetoric that, I mean, I'm not saying
That's the rhetoric. That's what he stood for. That's what he stood for.
Hey yo, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. My nerves is bad. I can't listen to this whole talking over each other. You motherfuckers are adults. Shut the fuck up and let people talk. Like, this shit is fucking corny. Every day we do this shit. Like, come on, shut the fuck up for real, because I'm about to start getting real nasty. So go ahead and finish, my dude. Like, I couldn't hear what you were saying because the other motherfuckers was talking.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've been waiting to speak. I was letting everyone else speak, so thank you. But, man, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought. But anyways, I'm just saying, like, where does it stop? Because that kind of rhetoric will kind of create more people like that. We're like, yeah, fuck him, he should have died. Then the next time you're like, oh yeah, I feel empowered to kill this person because I don't like what they say now. I understand what you're saying, where like, there's consequences to the things you say, you know, but it doesn't mean we should walk around shooting people. Because for me, so let me tell you personally, for me, like, I'm not black, right?
Wait a minute, no, let's pause there. Let's pause there for a second, because you said something. When have you heard somebody say, yes, he should have died? In here.
Oh, I'm not saying anyone in here. I'm just saying
3 minutes ago? Shower still?
When somebody makes comments like that, can you please say, not in here?
And this is why you have to record these people.
I need to understand. Because
they backtrack, Howard. They're a bunch of backtrackers.
The majority of the people, especially people that are in green beans, are not rooting for the death of this man because he said X, Y, and Z. They're just simply saying, hey, you know what? Don't ask me to...
He was a racist, Howard, but no one has ever produced any evidence yet whatsoever that he was a racist.
I agree. Yes.
Howard, nobody has ever played a clip. Nobody has ever cited an article. Nothing. It's all opinion. What room is this? This is politically correct. Documenting liberals.
I don't want when somebody says
it might be you, Howard. I can't believe you donated to my campaign. Thank you, Howard. And thank you. Joe B is also a contributor to this campaign. Joe B mailed cash.
Or they're not showing sympathy does not relate or correlate to the fact that, yes, he should have died or people should go around shooting, because then that makes a crazy argument. And I can't speak for the other people and why they're saying what they're saying. I can only speak for what I'm saying, or the people who are speaking today should only be speaking from their own I perspective, because the I perspective is the loudest voice that you can have, because guess what? Nobody can argue with your opinion, because your opinion is your opinion. But when you try to start speaking for other people, it's a little difficult. But go ahead, I'll be quiet.
So I just want to stop here because we always brush over this when we have these conversations. everything you just said, whether you mentor it or not, but this is why people say people are indoctrinated, and you are, like, if you were educated in this country, you're going to have some form of racism, patriarchy, and homophobia, because it's built in. You just asked us. Now, mind you, when he was here, nobody black never did nothing to that man. He had something to say about our women, stuff to say about our pilots, our schools, this, that, and the third. In his death, we didn't have anything to do with him dying. In his death, you still want us to watch what we say. Hold on, let water, please. Let something come from our reaction, even though we never had shit to do with him, his death, his life, nothing. All he's done is speak bad on black people. But again, it's black people's responsibility to watch. If we can't smile too much, we can't do this, or else we're gonna embolden. Man, are y'all motherfuckers crazy? Do you see why black people be so on edge with y'all? Y'all don't give a fuck about shit we do. If we lose a life, none of this has ever happened for any black person. Let's just be clear. But y'all want us to control how we act, control, even though we have nothing to do with this. Only thing we've gotten from this man is disrespect. But we're supposed all of a sudden have some respect on reserve for this white boy who hated us when he was here. And then it was not, if that's not enough, then we gotta watch what we do or say, because we don't want to trigger other motherfuckers to do something else. Like this is fucking crazy. And this is what y'all do to black people. And I'm just done with it. I'm done with this whole, like, y'all really treat we are fucking superheroes and circus animals at the same time. We supposed to have the knowing and the wherewith, and then we supposed to be super respectful but play dumb with you motherfuckers at the same time. Y'all gotta stop.
I think there's a level of humility, and I think there's a level of respect that has to be, extended, because at the end of the day, we're still a father, we're still a husband. The way that he was shot, yes, did he say some things that were absolutely deplorable? 100%. But should he have been killed? And that's the thing that we really have to think about. And what's very
before you even go down that road, First Lady just addressed that nobody said that he should have been killed. We just literally addressed that. Yes, you did.
I didn't say that.
Okay, but you're making that statement. That's not what anyone's saying.
These are things that are happening out here on social media.
Okay, well, in here, she just went. Okay, well, we're not gonna address things that are going on in the world.
We have to, because these are things.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We're right here.
But this room is not the world.
Okay, well, you should go and write notes to those doctors' offices or things. But we're talking about what's going on in here and what black people are. So we can't. So like she said, she can't speak for anyone.
We're talking to everybody.
Yeah, I am. I'm
Mike.
There you go.
So I'm just setting boundaries. She just went and said we're not going to discuss. Okay, so no, evidently you didn't, because you just did what she asked you to do.
I definitely did.
Okay, I'm gonna put you down because you don't know how to shut the fuck up. Yeah, cool. So I just want to make sure that everybody hears. We're talking about what's going on in here, what we hear each other say in here. Like, don't bring my cousin's friend's doctor said this. Great. Okay, you should go write a note to them. Talk about what you hear in here. That's what she just said.
Anyway, so I'm just land my plane, because I think everybody has a right.
If you bring it back up, I'm gonna kick your ass out.
I'm saying, the topic is the topic. And
okay, so play with me. So play with me.
I don't know what they're.
Come on, gentlemen, please. Listen, it's Saturday afternoon.
No, it fucking sucks. Like you made a parameter, and you was gonna do this is the type of shit that we always deal with. Don't take
Mike, I'm not taking up for anybody. I'm just trying to move the conversation forward. Mike, I did just say you weren't listening.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody understands, not just you. When we're having the conversation, if you're going to speak about something outside of this space, then I prefer us just speaking about what's talked about here. But if you're going to say it, then make sure that you're speaking and saying that, like, this is what this is saying. What can we do about that? Nobody is saying that here. So that's why I don't understand how does that contribute to the conversation? Because all that does is make people try to fight back with you about what somebody else said, not about what they said. So why can't we deal with what people are actually saying here?
This is
so
what
that
the
we
shit
can
on
actually,
black people.
Come
This
to
is
a
like, it's sad that
conversation.
She didn't have to say that.
And
she had to say. That's crazy. She didn't even have to tell all of these adults.
Am I mic cut out?
Robert, hush. I'm just saying though.
One mic on first lady. One mic on first lady. One mic on first lady. Go ahead, first lady.
Child. So I'm just saying, if y'all think about it, if we talk about what somebody else said, the other person that you're talking about said it, they not here to defend what they mean. But if you talk about what somebody says here, then they can actually say what they mean. Doesn't that make sense? That makes for a better conversation versus us arguing. Because what's going to happen is we're going to start arguing about what somebody else said, and they're not even here. We don't even know what they're saying. Does that make sense? It don't make sense.
I get what you're saying. I guess for me, whether it's in the room or not, and again, I'm not trying to, have a back and forth with anybody. But I learned, as a child, if you don't have anything nice to say about somebody, just don't say anything. And what's being said, even when people are not necessarily being direct, there is an undertone with the whole, and then, people go on these whole views about, you expect black people to do this, to do that. I mean, no one expects people to be human. Because at the end of the day, if this were to happen to somebody on our side, if somebody happens, if Amanda Seals were to, God forbid, were to get, assaulted or somebody else, these are people that we do see publicly in this room. We have seen people publicly, kind of like being very casual and nonchalant about it. We wouldn't feel good about that. But if you put that energy out there and you're responding to somebody just because, you didn't happen to like certain things that the person said, I just, it's a complete contradictory. And if you can't see that, if we can't see that, then our humanity and our humility is very...
Why is he still talking? He's not saying anything, First Lady.
Because this is his way to, and I want to make sure y'all notice this. This is a coon's way to have something to say about black people when black people ain't have anything to do with it. Because I'm being real with you, and I mean it as a discretion.
Y'all can have a conversation.
Okay, so let me say in kid gloves, you Google got that right? Bitch is a coon. Like that's what the fuck it is. I don't know how to say it no other way. It's a fucking coon.
Wow.
I'm just saying, if we're talking about things that are going, I'm gonna put you to the fucking ground because you cannot fucking buy. Get the fuck out with your dumb ass.
The whole conversation.
Yeah, because we have to be real. We're not kid glutting adults.
There you go.
You gotta shut up.
Okay, Maggot.
We're not kid gloving adults. We're talking about things that are happening in the world. So a coon is a coon. We're talking about things that are said in this room. He cannot stay. Ma'am, please stay on mute. He can't stay on topic, and it doesn't work because there's nobody in here that says that. So in order to disparage black people, he has to find something from outside of the space. And, no shade, I'm not being nice today. So you come back up ugly, but I'm still going to roast your ass.
Listen. I'm coming right to you, Prince. You know why? Because you asked, I was in trouble.
You're a faggot, by the way.
You never...
You're a faggot. So that's
right.
Or you I'm about to post your picture, and we'll see who looks more like a faggot. Looking ass bitch.
That's a violation.
He's a Charlie Kirk. That's what it is.
No, it's not a violation. That's how they really feel.
No, stop. You don't have to feed into it. Stop it. I'm trying not to use profanity today, but you guys are really pushing me, and I feel the F word getting ready to roll off of my tongue. Today is Saturday. Today is sadness for some of us, okay? So, Shabbat. Chill out. All right. I did not bring him back up on stage. I don't know who brought him back up. But Mike, that is absolutely, for me, I would just throw you out of this.
He called me a coon.
And
But he called me a coon. That's
You have a
you
heartbeat
think,
on your
wait a
lip.
minute. So you
That's the Bible that he
think that a coon is relatively equal to the F word?
It's not about equal. He threw a shot, I threw a shot. Fair is fair.
Answer her question.
No, it's not. That's not fair.
So it's okay.
Anyway, I'm moving the conversation. Mr. Prince, everybody take
You
a
were
break.
just
Mr.
talking about
Prince.
how we were supposed to have.
He called me a coon.
I said, God damn it, shut the fuck up! The fuck is wrong with y'all? The fuck, I just said it! Calm the fuck down! And y'all motherfuckers can't do that shit! Now chill the fuck out! The fuck? I am not your mother. I said I'm 87 years old. That would make me your great-grandmother to some of y'all. Now treat me like a goddamn grandmother and shut the fuck up! Mr. Prince, one mic on here.
I gotta say that brought back memories because my grandmother showed was like that. But speaking, what is annoying and saddening for me is that our own people are doing the same thing that white folks are doing, which is gaslighting us, shaming us, and all this other stuff for simply feeling indifferent. From my understanding, from what I heard in this conversation thus far, people are on the level of indifference or just simply not giving a fuck. And either one does not translate to he deserved to die. It does not translate to that. You have strangers all over the world that you hear about dying, and honestly, you don't skip a fucking beat. You don't. You may think, oh, I lift up prayers and thoughts, but you really don't give a fuck other than that. It's not stopping your day. It's not keeping you from eating. Well, shit, this situation might. But anyway, respectfully, don't bring up this idea that if this happened to someone you loved, or if this happened to your father, or if this happened to your cousin, or if this happened to a friend of yours down the street, motherfucker, it has always happened to us. We have always heard, seen, all felt the vitriol when it comes to when one of us dies. It's fucking ridiculous for that type of question to always be brought up. And I was expecting that more from the white folks in the room than another black person. I'm fucking sick of it. It's a part of our fucking history that anybody fucking dies. Whether it be a traffic stop, stopping somebody in the store, putting their foot on their neck, having a mental break in public, they die without any context and nuance about what's going on with that individual. It happens all the fucking time. Where memes are put up, where comments are made, where racial slurs thrown out. That nigga deserved to die. We heard all this shit before. He should have just complied. All this other shit. So fuck you, respectfully, and respectfully, fuck this. Like, well, who the fuck do people think they are to try to shame people and giving some emotional labor for a fucking stranger?
Right.
Let's not forget you. Like, here's the thing that people forget. When it comes to influencers, political people, and all this other stuff, people who have a mic, the loud voice, and all this other stuff, and a consistent platform that allows them to spew hate, disrespect, racial slurs, incorrect information regarding stats, going for a group of people, influences people. Why you think Trump was so much in fuck when it came to his words and how people relate that to how January 6th happened? Like, you'll be surprised when it comes to, statistically, when it comes to this type of thing happening, where people spew this type of stuff, and the percentage is quite high when it comes to the likelihood of somebody acting on the words of these individuals that have the mic, that have the power, and spew consistently hate, discrimination, everything about a group of people. So for people to sit here and say that it was only his opinion, it was only his thoughts and beliefs, I think I even heard, again, this is from, I will take First Lady's advice. This is from people outside of this space. This has not been said in this space. But people saying that he was killed because he spoke truth, that's been debunked. That has over and over again been debunked. When it comes to the stats that he said about black people, it was totally false. So no, there was no truth in this man at all. Period. So you want to ask, if this happens to us, how would we feel? How did people feel with certain other people who spewed such hate in the past? How did they feel about that? Were they crying over him? Did they have, or her, whomever? I'm sure they had family. I'm sure they probably cried for the individual. But how are you expecting the people that was the target of an individual's spewing of hate to somehow spend some emotional labor to lift a prayer up? Or to say, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, it's a tragedy. When it's okay to still just say, I don't give a fuck.
So, y'all gotta watch out. Mike, the last time you played with me, homegirl, I told you. Now, if everyone wants to PTR, you will see a fat bitch with I guess some type of moles or something on her face, a lot of discoloration, freckles. But if you look in the middle of her lip, she has a large herpes bump that looks like it's out of control. You need to take some sea moss and get you some oregano oil and get your immune system under control before you worried about whatever kind of fag I am. You are very overweight. You have about 6 chins. You have a really bad skin condition. You look terrible, bitch. You look awful, girl. Look at you. I want you to take a good hard look at yourself and really, really think about before you ever part your lips to me again, bitch. You got about 500 pounds to lose before you ever fuck with me. With that big ass fucking pointy ass bump on your lip, bitch. You bitches got fucking nerve. I should come punch you in your mouth and bust that shit so it can skeet all over your face. Have a good day, fat bitch.
Please wear gloves. Please wear gloves.
Yes. Can I just add something really quick? No, that was diabolical. That was.
So was that mom. Bitch, you better shut the fuck up talking to me, you sad ass bitch.
Jesus, the offense. Wait, chill back. Who just said cannot?
Katrina.
That was Michael. No, Katrina said Michael. I haven't heard from Michael. Who said Jeremy? Was that Jeremy said that? Can I get in the queue? Okay. All right. So Michael, Katrina, Jeremy, Malak, you trying to get in there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I haven't heard from Malak all day. I haven't heard from Mike. So let's get the people that we haven't heard from. Jeremy, have I heard from you today? I don't think I have.
Earlier. Yeah, I can go. Malak go first, for sure.
Okay. All right. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to say, obviously all sorts of people can do crime, cause harm, assault other people. Doesn't matter, your ethnicity, your background, whatever. We know this to be true. But specifically in terms of political violence, this really seems to be a problem from young and middle-aged white men. So they have predominantly, young white men are significantly overrepresented in terms of political violence, especially far-right and white supremacist violence. And I can, give a whole host of examples, but maybe just to keep it brief. So I feel like if we're really going to talk about this problem of political violence and what's going on and how do we deal with this and the cause, whether it was Charlie Kirk's hateful rhetoric or the man that murdered him, and obviously that's not to equate the two, but just to say that there's really this issue, particularly on the far right, but more broadly among young and middle-aged white men, of doing this kind of political violence, and it's been the case for decades. So I just want to know when we're going to take that seriously in this country and actually deal with this problem of what all these white men are doing.
Was that an open question for anyone, or we keep them to the queue?
I think we should
white people can keep their mouth closed.
Malik, I don't think anybody's going to do anything about it because it serves certain people's political objectives.
Explain.
So, the current situation is very useful politically for the Trump administration, right? We know that Kirk is another pawn in the game, and his death is being used for political ends, right? So I think that these Groypers and these agents of chaos, ultimately are going to serve the purpose for political objectives. And I don't think this is the first time that that's been the case. It's just a little bit different that these people could be so openly, like, because of the power structure now being in control by such right-wing figures. In the past, I think that it was like, it's never been this way, right? But they still were not ready to deal with the root causes of these issues, right? But people were more willing to be upfront about the fact that these people were already violent in their rhetoric, violent in the things they promoted, et cetera, et cetera. Now it's just politically useful. So nothing's going to happen.
All right. Happy Saturday, everybody. If you just getting here, I've already had my crash out for the day. Thanks a lot. I appreciate those that contributed to my crash out. It's like so
damn, I missed it.
And I don't understand why.
Don't we rewind, please?
No, I don't want to be that way.
It wasn't that bad. And we really
Can we not interrupt the people's story here?
Thank you.
Do it again.
Oh my God.
Can we invite Cynthia back up on stage?
Do you really crash? Because clearly the conversation.
Yes, because he looks like a mixture of Sinbad and Medea.
Will you
so
stop?
everyone needs to call him Cynthia.
Can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop?
Ugly ass. Bitch, I told your motherfucking ugly ass. They're gonna have to pull me off your motherfucking ugly ass every time, huh? Because you terrible looking and you got bumps on your lips. Go ahead.
Oh,
First lady, though.
be nice. Okay.
Bumpy.
You see that? You see how I try to get people to be nice? You can't get people to be nice.
But where's
so all
the
this
nice
conversation?
Terrible person. Like, that's really the problem.
But we were supposed to go to Jeremy. We were supposed to go to some other people. And Michael was the person. So here's the thing. Michael, one mic on you.
Thank you. I don't like talking to her directly, so I'll just say to the space that white people stealing black people's stuff is just dumb, and I'm tired of it. So I'm going to ask that Monica change her PTR, and if she doesn't, could the mods enforce her changing it by removing her, because I'm tired of people stealing our stuff, and she stole my PTR.
Michael, you made this PTR?
I did, yes.
It is nice, and I will delete it.
Thank you.
I did add it, so I did creatively adjust it, but it's no problem.
Don't even do it.
You're already there.
It's okay. Listen, we don't have to like one another, right, to be in conversation. And that's my ask of everyone. You sure, Mike? I don't want to bring you up because I don't want y'all fighting. I already got a headache that y'all done gave me because you guys don't know how to be nice to one another. And some of the way I told you how you frame your words, sometimes it causes disruption.
Come on up, Valtrex, Valerie.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Why not make it fresh on a Saturday?
I warned him when I saw this picture. You don't remember? I said, if I was you, I would leave me alone. Baby, when I tell you I've been sitting up in my room like Brandy writing jokes about this bitch in her face, she is toasted. I'm like, this is a roaster's dream to look like this and be trying me. Girl, please. But I'm going to leave you alone. I'm going to let you talk about stuff. Just don't say nothing to me and probably put some lip chapstick on or something, because that bump is, that shit on your lip got some shit on this lip, my nigga.
That's not right.
He needs a haircut too.
What is happening?
Stay focused. Stay focused.
Good morning, culturally.
Yes.
Good morning, Mel. Hi, First Lady.
Hey, Red.
Hey, Rez.
Good afternoon.
Good
Happy
afternoon.
Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
All right, so I'm going to Jeremy. Jeremy, you were in there. I know.
You can put me in the queue as well.
Okay.
Can I get in the queue as well?
Okay, Katrina wants to get back in. I just said Katrina wanted to get back in as well. Oh, my friend. I'm not going to call you, but hi, Invisible. Go ahead, Jeremy. My mic on you.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I think I just want to make sure that everybody is reminded that we don't have to defend why he was killed, because we didn't kill him, right? It was the white dude from Utah that killed him, and we don't even know why he killed him. So that's the trap trying to set for all of y'all, is they're trying to plant these seeds, like people are insinuating this, and they're trying to assume this, they need to be respect this, but we didn't kill him though. Right? So there's none of that shit is the reason, because we don't know the reason right now. So fall for the trap. So I just want to say that. And thank you Malak for mentioning the history and the scientific evidence of, white on white violence.
Yeah, thank you, Malak.
Everything that you just said was facts, because at the end of the day, we don't know any of these variables. And in math, you cannot figure out the answer when you just don't have all the clues. And we don't have it. We have assumptions, but we don't have everything. The guy said he's not talking. He's not talking to the investigators. He hasn't written anything. They've talked to his friends. They've talked to family members. And what we do know is the stuff that y'all don't even want to talk about. Y'all don't want to talk about that he grew up in a house on the right side of things. We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about that he's been playing with guns forever. We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about gun reform. No, we don't want to talk about that. Because perhaps maybe if we had gun reform, then maybe, just maybe, I don't know, this wouldn't happen. Who's next?
Yeah,
Can I get in the queue?
So basically, I mean,
I was in the queue as well.
Oh, wait a minute, Mike. You can't come in and jump the queue, babe. Wait a minute, hold on.
I already said I was in the queue after.
I know you said you were in the queue, but I believe Katrina had been waiting as well, way before you got back on the stage.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Katrina. I'll be very quick.
So, in regards to the fact that it's all white killers, I think in effect whenever we hear mass shootings, a lot of times people will say that, it is, if you look at it, it is all white men. And I think at one point they, a certain group of people in this country don't want to take responsibility for it, and they don't want, quote unquote, their guys to be at fault. So, the killers or the mass shooters were never black or Hispanic. It was always a white man. And now I think that's why they started this whole thing of transgender and the libs and the Democrats, because, again, they don't have to take responsibility that it is something in their group that's going on. So to me, I think that's why the whole transgender thing is really being pushing. The other thing is when somebody says, a person is a person and nobody should be killed for their thoughts and opinions, I would like to see that person who says that, like, genuinely, to fight for every single death row inmate. Also, we should probably then change our Seditious Act, and because in there, for you just to spread the information of the enemy or the ideology of the enemy, you could be punished by death. So, no, actually, you cannot. In this country, by law, you can be killed for what you believe and what you're saying. So let's stop putting people down when they just genuinely didn't like the guy and they don't care.
Okay, so I've got...
It's horrible. Thank you, my sister.
I got breaking news. Again, take some of this shit with a grain of salt.
Is it? Where's the queue? Wasn't somebody after Katrina?
It was supposed to be me, but
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, listen.
Was it Mike?
How did Mike get in front of me?
Yes, indeed, it definitely was.
No, Mike. Yeah, Mike. Wait one second. Because King. No, wait a minute. Because this is we had. I had Katrina. I also asked if Monica wanted to speak. I didn't hear her say yes. King and Renson said that they wanted to get in the thing before we came back up on stage. I'm just saying, but if you know how to behave, then they wouldn't have to throw you down in the corner.
That's the game. I get it.
I don't play games, sir. Don't equate me to game playing. I don't have to play games because I'll boom this bitch. Period.
Yeah, he's a little bit.
And if you don't know me by now, trust and believe, I will. I don't have to play games. I don't have to be here for this. Are you crazy?
Greg on these niggas firstly.
Hello? Oh no. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, so have you guys already talked about the fact that dude is suspected to be a groiper, which is the people who follow Nick Fuentes? Have y'all already discussed that?
I haven't heard about that.
Yes, we discussed it on
white nationalists versus white nationalists.
Right. And so I think that a good reference for people to catch up on, like historical reference, is that back in the 60s, there's this dude named Rockwell. He was a Nazi in America, American Nazi, right? This is the 60s, right? He is even pictured like sitting in the Nation of Islam meeting, and he admired Elijah Muhammad because of the separation. Like there was overlap between their belief on the fact that black people and white people needed to be separated. Anyway, he was, said a lot of things about niggas, just that sounded quite familiar to what we hear now, coming out of some of these influencers, Kirk included, talking about, birth rates and out of wedlock and crime. And like he used to say these same things, and the fact that white people needed to get guns to protect themselves from everybody else and all of this shit. He was also assassinated on a college campus in the 60s. And the person who shot him was also a Nazi. He was executed by someone on his same side ideologically. And when he was dead, when he died, people on the news kind of said the same thing, like hate begets hate or violence begets violence. But again, because the administration, like the people in the seats of power, were not like having these same views. Like these people weren't chastised publicly. It was just kind of like accepted, that when you say inflammatory, provocative things, like, it happens. Nobody celebrated, but I mean, I'm sure there were people celebrating because this dude wore a Nazi uniform, right? Whereas today, people just wear regular clothes. But I think that, it's being used. Stephen Miller has been on the news talking about how rural institutions need to be destroyed and threatening people with exile. As far as people who are liberal or in liberal institutions. And so people are on his side are totally ignoring the fact that this dude was a groiper and that all of the shit that is written on they said were written on the bullets and the cartridges and whatever, were all in alignment with the memes. The memes that groiper people share. So they're ignoring all of that, and they're moving forward with this narrative that these are left-wing people. So just be up on that. And the guy's name was, his last name was Rockwell. Just type in Rockwell Nazi college assassination.
Wait, can I ask a quick question? So the stuff around the
No. Okay,
I just
because there's people been waiting to speak, and that was, I understand, but that was quite a long submission, so we got to keep it moving. Thank you, Kim. We'll come back. You'll get back in the queue, and then you can ask her at that time. Rez, you've been waiting. Good day, good now. What's on your mind?
Thanks, First Lady. I think this entire situation is entirely insane because white on white crime is real, right? And that's what we're not addressing.
Right.
Because this is white on white crime. Period.
Exactly.
Point blank. Full fucking stop. Like, let's be real clear. A young white man shot a young white man, and on the same day, right, there was a school shooting. Hello, white on white crime again. I mean, hello, what are we talking about, people? Same day, this all happened. Like, and that news story was buried again because there is all of this that is continuing to happen because we have this gun violence in this country that is at a rapid pace. Right. But I'm going to pivot a little bit because this is where I am having a problem with some of this situation. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a military veteran, a retired military veteran at that. Did 22 years in the Army. Retired from the federal government on top of that. And you use my taxpayer dollars for a podcaster to be flown on Air Force Two, to use active duty Air Force folks, to give him military honors, to transfer his body to Arizona. I got a problem with all of this. And then you have a sitting congressperson introducing a bill to put his body in the rotunda, which is only reserved for presidential and literally officials or people who have literally contributed to this country, right? So it is weird to me that y'all are not outraged by any of these things, that your taxpayer dollars were literally used to transfer this citizen of the United States of America on Air Force Two. Y'all weird to me. I'm now going on mute. And he was given military honors. What the motherfucking hell?
Thank you.
I'm going on.
Yes,
I'm going on.
I would love to be able to step in. Yeah, I mean, number one, this was a tragic killing that took place. I don't think that, if we're making a big deal about how he was buried and things like that, I think that, if that's your worry,
buried,
the fact that he was, rather than he was shot in cold blood for no reason, this is what I was talking about.
These are unserious people.
Right, just let him say what he gonna say and just don't even respond. Because keep on
Don't let him say that.
Wait a minute, y'all erupting again. Y'all got this erection going on. Y'all gotta hold your erection. Seriously. Put it on the table.
You're literally
just be quiet. Zip it. 1 second.
Oh, look.
1 second. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, you're literally hearing, the different.
Don't address the people. Say what you gotta say. You want the people.
But you just said to talk about what's going on in the room. I'm just
Yeah.
what's going on in the room. So
Yeah.
So absolutely. So you have somebody that's commenting on how he was buried and they're a taxpaying citizen and all of these different things. And the net of it is that there was somebody that was shot in cold blood, and they should have been. This was a political assassination, and it's a very terrible president. But instead of talking about that, it becomes about, I'm so angry that my taxpayer dollars are being, this is the type of stuff and this is the reason why people say, hey, there's no humility, there's no humanity, there's no grace, and it just seems very hateful. And what's going on is that people are making these statements, they're putting posts out and so on and so forth, but
now you're going outside the room. You're going outside the room.
But underlyingly, this is how they feel when they start talking about taxpayer dollars and different things like that. And it's just a shame that this is where we are in this country. It's such a shame.
Okay.
It's such a shame that we're at this juncture in our society that somebody can be shot in cold blood because we disagree with certain things that they said, and we're just sort of being very passive in our sort of attitude about it. It's very, very shameful.
Okay. Well, thank you for your opinion. You're entitled to it. We're going to keep it moving. Who was next? Water? Okay. You eating? Okay. All right. What's Stefani? Go ahead. I saw your mic.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I keep hearing First Lady, people keep talking about that there was some form of political violence. The only political violence that anybody was susceptible to on the same day that he died, were those children. Haven't we been talking about, we need some form of gun reform in this country to protect children? They were the only ones that was caught in the crossfire of the political violence. That should be the only thing that we should really be concerned about. But because America has made him a martyr, we want to look at him and recognize him as a political figure. I think that's ironic. And yes, my hard-earned tax dollars were spent on a podcaster to ride the Air Force One with a president who lowered the U.S. flag to half staff for his quote-unquote untimely death that he orchestrated himself by the rhetoric that he spewed. But we're talking about there was a political violence. There was no political violence. The only people that were caught in the crossfire, and what I consider, which we all should be considering as a political violence, are those children. And then lastly, people need to stop trying to incite this whole thing about people celebratory for his death. Nobody, that shit is not real. That shit is not real. If I'm not mistaken, I believe somebody from the House or the Senate went on national television and said, and I quote her accurately, I have her name on the tip of my tongue. She said the left is responsible for his death. Pretty much saying that the blood of Charlie Kirk was on the left's hands. But we have not heard anybody from the African American community spew that fucking rhetoric and say that we are celebratory towards this man's death. And y'all house niggas are going to be the detriment of our community. Trying to hold the line for white supremacists who wouldn't even hold your dick so for you to be able to piss, okay, or wipe your ass.
Stay focused.
I'm focused, First Lady, but I'm gonna give me a haircut so I can look sick.
I know that's right. You can go. Let me just check with Water because Water did come back off mic again. Water, are you there?
Yeah, thank y'all. Appreciate it. Real quick, I just wanted to go with way back when Prince was speaking. Dr. Prince was talking about how they trying to sell him even after, like, his one job was to influence, right? That was his whole job, one position in life before his, untimely passing, was to be an influencer, and furthermore, to be sent around college to college, grooming kids to influence. So if he wasn't able to achieve then in his job, why is it my responsibility, your responsibility, or the government's responsibility to
Okay, Notorious, hope you've enjoyed. This has been Politically Correct by Patty and First Lady. This is Documenting Liberals. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover. Okay, this is petition onboarding candidate John Kitover, Illinois 16. I'm going to turn the chat off. I'm also going to turn hand raising off. And we are also going to pin our link. Okay, this is petition onboarding candidate Kitover John. The link is above if you want to donate.
Affidavit.
Testing. Testing.
This little thing helped me more than my last therapy session. It's called the Pandy, a lifelike plush toy.
And now we take great pleasure in presenting to you the star of our program, Miss Kate Smith.
Hello, everybody. It is my happy privilege to introduce a new song, God Bless America. While the storm clouds gather all across the sea,
Right, son.
It's a good way to filter shit. If they can't actually go into a photo shoot, they're a waste of time. It's a good way to filter shit.
Kind of makes you think of Blake, doesn't it? Makes you think of a lot of things. We're going to be in this yet, Mom.
Hello, son.
Hello, darling.
Your son?
Brand new, first time here. Brand new, why I get over that song out of Yip Yip Yap Tank 22 years ago. Sounds better now.
Can you send me a screenshot? Oh, that's in my head. It's in my head. You are the source. Transform.
Now we take great pleasure in presenting to you the star of our program, Miss Kate Smith.
Hello, everybody. It is my happy privilege to introduce a new song, God Bless America.
It's in my head. You are the source. Transform the darkness into light. Shine. The time that teaches you how. The time that teaches you how. It's in your head. You are the source. Transform the darkness into light. They can be used. Expose them into your mind. The time that teaches you how. Try closing that completely. Try closing the app completely and then click over here. source transformed the darkness into light as the sun. It's patriotic. Another change. The brand new book. The all need more book. We all need more book. Alternative is there. It's patriotic. They will never change. The brand new book. We all need book. Life is a cesspool of mental illness. True, but I've found it mirrors. The more fun the game gets. I got it alone. It's fun. It's so bizarre. I noticed that was.
Cole, he's my miracle child. So how does your miracle child get cancer? How does that happen?
It was a mass. It's been
Oh, true, but I found this mirror again for temple.
Rushed over to our local children's hospital, and that's when they told us that he had cancer. Couldn't believe something that big was inside his little head. And everybody else says the worst sentence in the world is you have cancer. It's not the worst sentence in the world is your child has cancer. Our oncologist reached out to St. Jude.
St. Jude knew exactly what was happening. They already had a clinical trial going on. The discoveries that St. Jude.
Hey, Sean, how you doing? I'm gonna try to send you this invite again. Hey, Sean, how's it going?
Yes, sir.
Hey, how's your day? Can you hear me?
It's going pretty good. I can.
Oh, good. Okay. Are you on a cellular or are you on Wi-Fi?
Cellular and Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I've been using this app for many years now, and I have over 30 YouTube accounts that have accrued over 25,000 videos of people having conversations on this app. It's kind of like an art project. So I'm glad you were able to download it. It's just a free way to have a conference call. But there's big social and political implications in this app. So if you use it, over the next few weeks and go into rooms or add people or look at my friends list and add those people, but you can hear a lot of interesting conversations happening on this app.
I was noticing that yesterday.
So how many dogs do you have?
Just the two.
What is Pedialyte?
Pedialyte is just electrolytes for something you would give to children for, if they were sick.
Yeah, like dehydration, right?
Dehydration, of course. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, I just wanted to introduce myself to you, and then have you introduce yourself to me. Then I wanted to ask you about your priorities. I guess if you were running for office, and Heather here is also in Rockford, and she's going to be doing this petition onboarding with us. Say hello to Heather. Heather also responded to the Craigslist ad. Hi, Heather. This is John. This is Sean. Nice to meet you, Heather. If you want to unmute, there's a little mute mic button in the bottom right. Also, there's a house attached to this room. If you click in the top where it says elect candidate Congressman John Kitover, you can join the actual house here on this app. And I'll make you both moderators on here. Just let us know whenever you can unmute or join the convo. Or if you can't speak, Heather, you can completely close the app down, restart it, and then rejoin the room. And that usually fixes it. Hey, Heather. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. I just saw a local senator who is a Democrat in my neighborhood who I've met before, and I did sign her petition because I've met her in the real world, and I know she's got a good heart. So, hey, Heather. And we'll try to keep this brief. We can go to like 1:30, 1:35 if you have the time.
Roger that.
All right, well.
You're ex-military as well.
Yep, I was in the South Carolina and the Illinois Army National Guard.
I was Arkansas National Guard, 39th.
Yeah, I went to Arkansas once, and it's a beautiful state. Really beautiful.
It is. It is.
Yeah, I was very happy to actually get to that state and see Little Rock. I asked the taxi driver, I said, what do you think about renaming this airport after the Clintons? And hey, Heather, can you hear us? Can you unmute? I don't know what the bug is. If you're not on Wi-Fi, sometimes that is a problem. All right, well, hey, Heather. Yeah, Hey, Heather, how are you? We can hear you now.
All right, that's good.
Hi, Heather. This is Sean. Sean also lives in Rockford, correct?
Correct. Just moved here.
Okay, great. And you live in Rockford, Heather?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. So this is the petition onboarding for the campaign. We're just going to briefly introduce ourselves to each other. I'm going to ask you a basic question. If you were running for the president, what would your top 3 priorities be for we the people? And then we can talk about how to download the PDF for the petition. If you need to print, if you need to go to the UPS store, if you have a printer, but printing will be required at the present moment. So does that agenda sound good? Is there anything else you guys want to add to the agenda?
No, that's fine.
Okay, great. Well, let me just introduce myself to the two of you, and then you can go and we'll do round robin. Name is John Zachary Kitover. I live in Chicago, Illinois, 42 years old, a graduate of Niles West High School, and a graduate of the Citadel Military College in Charleston, South Carolina. I have a bachelor's of science in business administration. Graduated with some distinctions and honors. Then I served in the Army National Guard from 2002 to 2006. And then 2007 all the way up to 2019, I've been working in digital marketing, media buying, and ad operations at Google, Microsoft, Hearst Publishing, Cox Communications, working across a wide spectrum of consumer products. Then I started working for the Census Bureau and the IRS, opening and closing federal facilities for those agencies. And then in May of this year, resigned, and I'm full-time running for Congress in the 16th District against Darren LaHood. I'm a 2-time Trump voter. The first election I ever voted was for George W. Bush, and then I felt we got duped, and I stopped voting for him. The second time, I did not vote, I believe, because I couldn't stomach John McCain. But anyways, we are in 2025. We're $37 trillion in debt, and we have $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. My first two acts, if I get into Congress, are to propose a defunding the Big Beautiful Bill and initiating and proposing a balanced budget act. We have gathered approximately only 30 signatures that I did last weekend in Bloomington, Illinois. The response was fantastic. As soon as you mentioned Darren LaHood, people want to grab the clipboard out of your hands and sign right away. So I'm very optimistic that we can get the signatures. Daily, it's possible to get 60 up to 250 signatures. I did find at the Illinois State football game, tailgating is an excellent place to meet people and get signatures from people who are in a happy place. So tailgating, if there's a high school or a college in the area, tailgating is a great place, or in and out of the stadium. So that's my introduction. Sean, go ahead.
My name is Sean Wilson, 45 years old, ex-military after 15 years. BSN is what I went to school for, Bachelor of Science in Nursing. And as far as my beliefs in the Republicans, I voted for Bush as well. Once again, I was kind of thrown back by McCain, so I didn't vote for a while. Coming from the southern states, the Clintons kind of were, we wanted to support the Clintons due to the fact that I'm from Arkansas. But that's when I noticed that a lot of the funding started raising, our national debt started increasing, and kind of the Democrats ran with it from there. So I would like to see a lot more as far as my top three. I would say mental health, which I would believe would help us with the homeless issue that we have. More state funding for rehab facilities, and I would like to see a little bit more support for our VA, our veterans.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sean. I may have forgot to mention my priorities, but go ahead, Heather, if you want to introduce yourself and maybe tell us your three priorities.
Name's Heather Smythe. I'm 41. I'm not really political either way, but I'm fresh into it, so would love to know more either direction. Like I said, just now kind of getting more political in my beliefs in which way, so I'm just researching anybody and everybody, and never really voted too much because I didn't think my vote ever mattered. I guess my three priorities would be, like Sean said, mental health. I do suffer from that. I found my dad dead in my backyard, so I developed PTSD. I had a service dog. The other one would be definitely state funding for rehab services and veterans. I do feel that there isn't enough there. And the third one would be, I guess, just overall safety in schools and stuff like that is much needed. I don't see enough of that. And that would be my three.
Okay, great. My three priorities really is to lower your property taxes, lower your income taxes, and lower your public and private debts. I think a lot of the problems we have in society, maybe why there isn't so much abundance for everybody, is because Fortune 500s and the governments and our government has taken so much from us over the past 100 years, and in particular over the past 25 years. So that's the type of perspective I have on economics, federal borrowing and spending. The mantra of this campaign that I have been encouraging all participants to say over and over again is stop borrowing, stop spending. I think the COVID-19 vaccine response and our military industrial complex can't exist unless we borrow and spend. and it's proven in the congressional record in HR acts. Darren LaHood passed the HEROES Act, the CARES Act, and other multi-trillion-dollar acts in support of COVID-19 vaccine response. Most of that money went to Pfizer, Moderna, Sanofi, J&J. So that is the messaging that I'm bringing. Now let's move to the petition gathering. So I'm going to email you both a link to the Illinois Election Commission, or you can Google it, but I'll send it to you. And it's a PDF. You'll have to go to the 11th page, and you'll have to find a place to print if you don't have a printer at home. Do either of you happen to have a printer at home?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. I would just print off 3 sheets and put it on a clipboard. You can, I'll send you a pre-completed one so you can see what you want to fill in at the top. If you print 1 sheet and then fill it in and then just hit copy and create 2 other sheets, you won't have to fill in the other sheets by hand. It's simple notation like my name, the Republican Party, where I live, where the district is that people are signing in. So it's very easy to fill out, and I'll give you a pre-filled petition that you can just copy over. So when you go out, the whole thing is about positive vibrations and bringing positive vibrations to the voters, to the petition signers, and ask them, please write legibly as if someone could read it. Because a lot of people are scribblers in the same way that a doctor's prescription is a scribble, and that signature will get challenged, and effectively you're just wasting your time. So we really need to calm people down, say, hey, can you take the deepest breath of the day before you sign? Put them in a relaxed state, and their signature will be a little higher, but verbally remind them, please write legibly. We really need to be able to read it because it will be challenged. I usually like to just quickly introduce myself, say, hey, excuse me, I'm John. Can I get 10 seconds of your time to sign a petition? That's how I generally introduce myself. So if you want to practice your pitch, it's really a pleasant introduction. And tell them that we're trying to get rid of Darren LaHood. And not many people, most people know who he is, surprisingly. It's very surprising. I don't think I had one person not know who he was unless they were, not in the state. A lot of people were on vacation or from out of town. So I guess any thoughts? Have either of you signatured? I know, Heather, you said you're new to this, but Sean, have you done petitions before?
Eddie Armstrong back in Arkansas is one of my best friends. He's a Republican for Arkansas. So.
Okay, great. Well, Heather, if you and Sean feel comfortable exchanging information and you want to meet up and canvass together, feel free to do that and coordinate. So the campaign has raised about $620. We've already spent about $400 going to Peoria or going to Bloomington last weekend. That was for gas and hotel and dinner. We only got 30 signatures out of that 400, so the ROI wasn't that good. I'm trying to spend as little as possible, but I'm willing to also contribute personally $1,000. So the campaign can pay you basically $15 an hour or $1.50 a signature. It's however it goes for you until we exhaust all the funds. So I'd be happy to compensate you for your time. I would also, encourage you to create some social media about the campaign, about the activities that you're doing, self-promote yourself if you feel comfortable. And that's about it. That's my pitch to you. I thank you both for your time today and responding to the Craigslist ad. I have had great success off of Craigslist. And, you meet real people. And I hope this is a fun and transformative journey for the both of you in Rockford.
Roger that.
No problem.
There's also the Rockford casino that I saw, which is amazing, which might be a great place to petition outside of the entrance there. And then there also is a Rockford calendar of events that I'll share with you both, which would be great places to get signatures. And
The art festival is downtown this weekend, so.
Great. Yeah, I think I saw that. And I also saw one of Illinois' most amazing gardens is in Rockford. I never had heard of it, but it looks amazing. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Anderson Gardens?
I think that's what it's called. But yeah, it's like a Japanese style garden.
Yes.
Wow. Well, I'm going to go up there probably next weekend. And I'm going to probably rent an Airbnb for 2 weeks. So I'll be up there gathering as many signatures as I can. I'm also going to share with you the district's voter roll for Rockford for possible door knocking. But I have to get that email off to the Illinois Election Commission to pull that data. So I'm going to probably get that by Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday at the latest, and I'll share that with you. So I got your text. So I will send you the links to the PDF. And if you're free this evening or however you guys want to start going about it, I'm happy to help you on any questions real time. You can also always open a Clubhouse room and just send me a link to the Clubhouse room. But are there any other comments, questions, ideas, or opinions?
Negative.
Yeah, not at the moment.
I guess I can. I want to know more about your ideas, but I've already done some website research, so I'm going to do some studying that way.
Yeah, Ann here is actually a campaign contributor. She helped a lot getting Trump elected. She created a marketing campaign called Walk Away Democrats. And Sean and Heather here are petition gatherers in Rockford, Illinois for the campaign. Ann, welcome to the room.
Hi.
Ann also recently got a job. Congratulations, Ann.
Thank you. I'm so happy and excited to start. I couldn't believe how hard it was to find a job. It was wild.
So, yeah, that's the problem about balancing the economy with borrowing and spending. So many jobs are tied to just borrowing and spending. They're not jobs tied to for-profit. So, we could get deeper into economics, but I also want to point out the campaign link donation above, the antidote link. That is how anyone can contribute to the campaign. There are there are donation rules on that page. If you're, not a U.S. resident, you can't donate. And do you have any motivating words for Sean and Heather here as they possibly start gathering our first signatures for us in Rockford today?
I don't think I know these people. Where did they come from?
Sean and Heather, tell Ann how we met.
Yeah, I was an ad on Craigslist, and it was for Rockford.
And then John brought you guys onto Clubhouse?
Correct.
Oh my gosh, what a nice guy.
Yeah, I've used Craigslist in many ways throughout my life, and it's always been profitable and fantastic. Craigslist is really a social network in a way. It's also, an ad spam network. There's a lot of spam on there, but occasionally you come across real authentic people or people who are giving away things or selling great things at great prices. There's also, the element that you can get robbed, just like on Facebook Marketplace. So, always confirm.
Yeah. That's happened to me once over a rental.
So, Ann, I know you said you wanted to help with the campaign. I was thinking about ways today maybe you could help. I know you probably have limited time, but how's your TikTok going? Because TikTok could be a big component of this campaign, and it's very hard to get traction on TikTok.
Well, it is, but it isn't. It just depends on what time of day. So there's certain times of the day that the algorithm will hit. So like usually, if it's in the morning, it's usually like when people are on their way to work. So that's like super early. And then people kind of like around 7:30 p.m. and then also 10 p.m. It's like what I noticed the best times that you can get traction. But on Saturdays and Sundays, 1 o'clock p.m. is the best time.
All right, well, this officially concludes our onboarding for petition gathering. I'm going to leave the room open for... Yeah, we just did about a 20-minute introduction, and then we talked about petition circulating.
So do you have a TikTok account?
I have multiple TikTok accounts, but no followers, but I am posting regularly.
Well, yeah, then just let me know.
Can we do we can do a shared live stream on there? We can do a shared live stream on there, right?
Yeah, we can. Can you start a live that you have 0 followers? They used to have a restriction. You had to have like 1,000 followers, but I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I can't live yet because I haven't grown the account enough.
Okay, so you can't like start one on your own, but you can join one.
I'm pretty sure, but you know what I do is, you know who wants to do an interview is Jazzy. I told her that she and I would make great content if we were to do an interview. So basically what I want you to do is to interview and fundraise and, be the fundraiser for the, the MC basically. But whatever platforms, whether we do it on all of them at the same time, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok.
Yeah, well, you're the streamer. I don't know. I'm not. That's not my forte. So, but yeah, whenever you and Jazzy want to make time, I have like a decent following on there, but I have like 11,000.
So Heather and Sean, I want to tell you that politics is social, and being social is being political in a way, but. What I'm saying is, if you help fundraise for the campaign, it's pretty much 100% pass back to you. Anything you help fundraise for this campaign will go into your pocket for your petition gathering, or you'll be paid as a host. So this app is a great platform for fundraising. I have raised $600 on it, which is amazing. And it wasn't me. It was the people on the app that did it. A former guy on this app named Roger Mayhem, a libertarian, helped do a lot of the fundraising because he is very intelligent and people enjoy engaging with him. But he was run off the app by what I would call radicals, or you could call them extremists, you could call them racists, you could call them 100 other words, but he was run off the app because they doxed him. They found out his personal information and they were threatening him and posting at places. And so he was so upset he eventually left the platform, but he helped raise a lot of funds. I'm a very public and transparent person. I have people mailing campaign donations to my house because you can find out where I live, things like that. So, but yeah, the opportunity to fundraise is on this app. It's on X Spaces. So any creative ideas or content you want to create that can help fundraise will get passed back to you. And hopefully you can help us gather petitions. Heather, is there any other questions, ideas, or opinions you might have?
Not offhand at the moment, at least.
Okay, great. Well, I will text you soon, and I hope you have a great weekend, and look forward to speaking with you soon.
Yeah, no problem. You have a good afternoon, too.
Okay, thanks, Heather. Have a great day. Talk to you soon.
Yep.
Take care. Bye-bye.
What does mea culpa mean? What?
My bad.
Mea culpa?
Yeah.
Like your MO? Yeah, like what does that mean? Mea culpa.
Modus operandi, which means like your plan of action. So like your MI, what your goal is or what your plan is.
Somebody kept saying your name in a room. They were like, Yale's mea culpa. I said, what the fuck is that?
Who said that?
Daddy.
Okay.
Oh.
So I had a strange
strange situation last night where I ended up defending Bibi Kapara of all people in Amir's room because they were like going after him for blaming, effectively like, but they were criticizing him for blaming. There was speculation about whether it was a Jew or a Muslim or a black person or who was it that killed Charlie Kirk, and they were criticizing him for blaming Muslims. And at the same time, they were trying to convince me literally a day earlier that like some crazy conspiracy with the Mossad and asking me to go read Hebrew language press to find some Israelis to pin it on. And I'm just like, listen, you can speculate all you want, but like you're being kind of a hypocrite by trying to like accuse people of Islamophobia when literally you're blaming every obscure crime on they also blame 9/11 on the Jews. So it's like,
yeah, it's two sides of the same coin. That's why
it's kind of like
being proven it was done by the Zionists.
Like, I find the Palestine movement and the Zionist movement increasingly similar. They are similar. To me, they're two sides of the same coin. After October 7th, everything just excelled so fast, and people became radicalized overnight. And I do feel that they're very similar.
So I've been ostracized from the Pro Pali room. A lot of the people in there said nice things to me after. There's a few Palis.
The Palestinians were ostracized from the Palestinian rooms.
Anyway,
because they thought it was too anti-Semitic too.
Interesting. Yeah, it's very bizarre. It kind of reminds me. Remember October 7th? There were some like rumors going around about the beheaded babies and the burns, and like Israel did, to its credit, correct the record, but because like the crimes were horrible enough that we don't even make shit up, right? And similarly, like my view is it doesn't discount the fact that like Israel, I think, is doing horrific war crimes in Gaza, but we don't have to make shit up to we don't need to. It just discredits whatever movements you're running when you pile on every fucking political crime in the world and every problem in your life and attribute it to the Mossad. It just sounds really absurd at that point. You're not really helping your case. Like people just say things that there is evidence for, and if there's no evidence, keep your mouth shut. That's my view. My hot take. My thoughts. Okay.
I think a lot of people are, unfortunately, using this cause to further their own agenda or plan, whatever it is. Definitely think that with Amir, because I don't understand how somebody can, for 2 years straight, every single day, he's had rooms for hours every day. He has to be getting paid. I just don't believe it. Who has that kind of time on their hands? They gotta be getting
people
paid.
say I'm getting paid. I'm not getting paid, Yali. I think people just say that. Like, no one's getting paid. We just don't have lives.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor as well. No offense, but
were you the one who speculated on getting paid? I feel like
I didn't think that you're getting paid, but I do think that you're affiliated with probably some left-wing organizations that might be shaping your biases and agenda, or it may just be mainstream American Jewish organizations and institutions. I don't know.
No, the mainstream. I'm like really fed up with the mainstream Jewish organizations. They've been extremely cowardly, I think, in this situation.
Well, I think a lot of Jews are, because they've been raised. There's a huge failure of Jewish educational organizations in America and Canada, because you have a whole generation of Jews saying, "What the fuck? Why didn't you do anything?" and withhold information. They feel betrayed and hate their parents now, and blah 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 blah.
So you feel like they should have given us a more nuanced view of like the history of the state of Israel and a little more honest.
We didn't learn about Palestine. I went to the same school. I grew up in Vancouver. I went to the same school as Seth Rogen, all these people, Nathan, whatever his name is. We all had the same Jewish education. We didn't learn about Palestine.
Nathan Fielder? You had talented classmates. Nathan Fielder is amazing.
Yeah. He was out of the school by the time I got to 4th grade, but yeah, he went there too. We didn't really get an education about it. My parents kind of told us about it. But nothing really. And I think that a lot of Jews have grown up now and are feeling a little bit like maybe who did get more of an education, that their education was skewed. But all education is propaganda, so I don't know.
Well, so for me, it's less the education. The education obviously is lacking, but like I feel like are like the ADL and the APACs and even the Holocaust museums are just sitting there like kind of cowardly, like sitting on their hands, scared to say anything when this is really sort of shattered American Jewish identity, and it's something we're all struggling with, and it's a trauma that's sort of come to our doorstep, even if we try to ignore it and say it has nothing to do with us. And I think they've been really cowardly in actually helping us navigate this. And they won't call Israel out when it's wrong. And they are just have complete incoherence in their messaging. And so I think they're just alienating more and more Jews from institutional Judaism. I think they're not representing us. I think it's...
Well, it is unprecedented times as well. Like I personally don't like the ADL very much because...
They're like defending Nazi salutes. Like, what the hell?
Well, it's not that. It's because you're in the business of anti-Semitism, and that's concerning to me.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have a business unless you have anti-Semitism, and that.
So they drum up anti-Semitism, exactly.
But I think all these kinds of things, like these organizations that are based off of identity politics, you're invested. Your product is identity politics, and your product is the anti-Semitism or the whatever, and if you don't have that product, you don't have money, you're not generating money. So I do see it as these institutions, ADL included, is a bit more corrupt and obviously limited.
Have you heard Seth Rogen talking about how all of us Jews were lied to as kids about the state business?
Perplexing to me.
Can I play that clip? Do you guys want to hear the clip?
Yeah, I grew up. We have this, he went to Sharon Tzedek as well. His parents met at a kibbutz in Israel. They still go to Sharon Tzedek. His parents' row is, they still go. So I don't know what happened there. Because maybe his parents, because they're both Israeli, I don't know. He went to Talmud Torah, actually, for elementary, but certainly high school. And we went to the same camps, Camp Hatikva, like, I don't know. Josh, see, this is why I hate saying shit on this app and having this conversation, because people twist it. Israel's in the business of the anti-Semitism. It's such an oversimplification and generalization of a statement that Israel's not in the business of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semites are in the business of anti-Semitism, but there are also people who use that fear and use that to generate popularity, sympathy, whatever, votes. And it's not unique to Jewish people. They do this in every country, every group of people. The Arabs, they use Israel to scare the Arab world.
Okay, Ellie, I just want to play this clip real quick.
Okay, go.
I also think that as a Jewish person, like, I have a huge amount of lies about it. They never tell you that. Oh, by the way, there were people there. They make it seem like it was just like they're sitting there. Like the doors open. Like literally, they forget to include the fact to every young Jewish person in high school. And by the way, there were people. I'm afraid of Jews. I'm 100% afraid of Jews. It would be nice to live somewhere that was not a part of the Christian apocalyptic. It's also probably a good idea. It's like maybe settle somewhere that the Christians only want to die in order for they want us all to go there. They need a certain number. They need us to go there so we can die. So could you imagine living in Israel? Would you ever go live in Israel? No. It would be. I also think that.
So that was the Seth Rogen clip where he's talking about the upbringing Ellie and I had, where a lot of Jews become disillusioned with their Zionist sort of narrative that we've been fed, that is just very sugar-coated and one side. And then you grow up, you learn some facts, you read Benny Morris and Israeli historians, and it's like, it kind of shatters your innocence, because you had one view of Israel and then you get another one. And so Ellie is sort of advocating for a more nuanced, full picture.
I think that the mainstream narrative is also false, though, too. Like, it's more honest, but I actually a few years ago I literally went to the library. I live here at university, and I started bringing up old articles because I got so hyper fixated on the subject. And it's so much more complicated than people want to believe that like these white people came from Europe and stole homes. It's just so much more.
But that's not the narrative I was raised with. I was raised as a Zionist.
No, I wasn't raised with that one either.
So when I got to college, I learned about the Nakba, and I read my Jewish friends actually were the ones who taught me. Okay, let's move them down.
I don't think I heard the word Zionist or Nakba ever until my 20s.
So I heard it from like my Palestinian friends, my lefty friends, and I took it with a grain of salt. But it was my Jewish friends actually who had the same upbringing as us, Yeli, that really they were like, read Benny Morris, read Tom Segev, and they gave me books by Israeli historians that kind of dismantled all of these stories that we heard, and kind of it wasn't a lie, but they told literally the other half of the story that we didn't know about, and it's very shattering because we had this one perception of.
There's a third part too in Arabic, which is absolutely fascinating. If you ever get a chance to like check out the Arab historians, this conflict has so many faces. It's got an English one. Like my grandparents spoke Arabic, so I can understand it. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, like 20
Welcome
words.
back, Ellie.
Hey, I talked to ChatGPT. He apparently had quite a bit to say about the genetic situation.
This is not the problem.
What?
We're not talking about this anymore. We moved on.
Yeah. Listen,
Make it quick.
No, I'm not going to talk about it. I just want to say that I tried to send you a link to the chat convo, but for some reason it's not sharing the convos. It's like always giving the 404 broken links. Never mind. About the historians. If you talk to any person that lives like in a country, right, and you look at the history that is being taught in schools, that history is always a propagandistic narration that's supposed to kind of, like I said before in some other room.
Let me cut you off for a second, Ellie. Ellie, you were talking about American Jewish education, the way we learn about Israel, in this very glowy, fetishistic way, which is not the same as in Israel. In Israel, they do teach about the Nakba in schools to some extent, but in American day schools and Jewish day schools, Jewish Sunday schools, we learn a very, very glossed over version of it. And so once we go to college and find the full story, it's very shattering because we had one image of our identity and how it's enmeshed with Israel. And then we find out all this bad shit happened. So like, for example, specifically, like we never heard the word Nakba growing up. We were never told about the true story of what happened in Palestine or what sort of the version of the Palestinians' version of the history. And so when you hear the other side, it's a little bit disorienting. That's all. It has nothing to do with what they do in Israel. I know in Israel they start to teach about the Nakba in most schools.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. Even if you teach about the Nakba in schools in Israel, the history is still propagandistic. It's not painting like the historically quote-unquote correct.
They try. We get propaganda in our veins with no context.
No, yeah, but again.
You hear the Hamas in the next room going like fetishizing Israel, like wow, even the dogs are perfect, even the air is cleaner, but they invented cherry tomatoes. Like they sound like they're like
Disneyland. It's kind of like the Jewish Disneyland. It's the Jewish. I don't know.
There is nothing unique about Jews having like a rosy picture of their state. From like any other people that have a rosy picture of their state. Most states' atrocities are omitted from their history books.
We're talking about American phenomena, Ellie, that with all due respect, you don't know the type of like the shit that we consume in America. It's very different than in Israel. They're much more realistic. They live in reality. We don't live in reality when we learn about Israel.
I think that's the right way to do it, though, is just be realistic. And the kind of Israeli way is, yes, it's not very flattering, but it doesn't create a generation whose identity is called into question 20 years later.
And you feel lied to. It makes you angry. It makes you like.
No, it just makes you angry. Every other nation that has a rosy picture of their own history
none of them, for some reason, get like disillusioned when they learn. When they eventually.
It's not our nation. This is like part of our ethnic identity development. We've just over time become enmeshed with Israel as our identity.
Listen, I don't get like why I say one thing and then they respond to completely different points.
Because you're talking about our nation. This is not our nation. This is just somehow bizarrely.
Like, if you do not consider yourself an Israeli, okay?
No.
I give like zero fucks what someone else in some different country learns about Israel, to be honest. Like, I just draw parallels between how people learned about their own nation. Okay? When people learn about their own nation, usually it's like some people are a bit more accurate. Some people gloss over more of the inconvenient history. If you look at Japan, for example, they gloss some inconvenient truth about their state. And so on and so on. And usually when people learn that the history that they learned in school was rosy and propagandistic, people do not get disillusioned. That's not a true phenomenon.
Well, in America we do, because because I'll tell you why. Because in America we have to, unlike in Israel where Israeliness makes you Jewish, we have to like lean into our identity in different ways. So some people identifying with Israel, some people do it by obsessing over anti-Semitism and the Holocaust. Some people do it by practicing religion or studying Torah, right? And so, but most people do it by just because most of us are secular. We do it by engaging with our history and our culture, and Israel's part of that, and the Holocaust is part of that. And so when it becomes when a state which is fallible and is not moral. It's inherently pragmatic, not moral. It has to decide between two immoral choices most of the time. And you enmesh that with your spiritual, religious identity or even your cultural identity. It becomes very, very complicated, because the only way to be Jewish in America is to lean into these things and to enmesh it with your personal, value system, right?
I would suggest that your explanation has nothing to do with the true reasons for that phenomenon. You describe something. No. Listen. Like I'll say my point, which is irrelevant to me living in America or not. The phenomenon of disillusionment with your propagandistic history is a phenomenon that has much more to do with your political leaning. Okay, if you're, for example,
Yellie's on the right, and she also is disillusioned.
Well, yeah, what are you disillusioned with? And by the way, it's not, I'm not saying it's a right-left issue. It has like something to do with like some of the like how you perceive your identity and what it hinges on. Not for everyone the identity hinges on the accuracy and the truthfulness of the history.
You're gonna do any yoga? Crown that book, and I'll take you to my boat at the beach for dinner.
Okay.
But yeah, I would also hear like, yeah, what are you disillusioned with?
I think she's on the phone.
Yeah, she's on.
And how deep is her identity crisis?
But I appreciate you dismissing my disillusionment because you see me as
no, wait. I'm not dismissing. I'm saying it's completely valid, and it is due to like your political and moral kind of worldview.
Okay.
I'm not throwing shade at you.
So I don't know, there's a documentary, I don't know if you like documentaries, but there's one called Israelism that sort of captures this sort of American phenomenon of American Jews that are raised, they go to Zionist summer camp, and like the way people who don't practice Torah, who are not like halachic Jews, the only way to really like, being Jewish is really a choice, the alternative is assimilation. And so to engage with it, we do different things like go to summer camp and go to Hebrew school and obsess about the Holocaust and talk about Israel all the time. And so we learn this very sugar-coated narrative about Israel and how it reflects, they're a light unto the nations and they're the most moral army in the world and all these sort of like talking points. And then you get to college and you meet actual Palestinians and you find another side of the story. And so in our context, in our American context, we don't have the same existential threats that you have in Israel. And we also don't have this like inherent Jewishness that we need to engage with our Jewishness to be Jewish, right? You guys don't, because you have by virtue of your Israeliness, you're just Jewish. And so we're in this like thing that we want to engage with it, but the way we've been taught to engage with it is to engage with the state where we find increasingly hard to defend, like its actions over the years.
And you think that nothing to do with politics?
Huh?
You think that what you described nothing to do with politics?
Sure, there's politics all these things are interconnected. We can't separate anything out. Politics is involved, but people on the right and on Yaeli over here says, I don't want to speak for her, but she's more to the right of me. She's part of the Bibi Kapara crowd, pro-Israel crowd, and said the way she was learned about Israel and her temple was not accurate. So when she grew up and started to read history and learn about the Nakba, it was very, very shattering for her too, right? And so
I would love to hear it from her.
So she wants to, like me, thinks that if you want the next generation to feel close, to participate in Jewish life and Jewish institutions, which is way more important than in Israel, by the way, because in America, if you don't, you're just not Jewish, you know? And so, like, there's nothing that attaches you to the ethnic identity if you don't participate in any of these, like, institutional structures. And so if you want people to continue doing that, you have to tell them the full story and not lie to them so they become, like, disillusioned with it, you know?
But the full story is also subject to your, like, lens through which you perceive the story. I can give you, like, one full example that kind of... Buttercup?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
I lost you, sorry. The full story is what?
As I'm saying, so I can give you like one example that kind of shapes, I think, your perception of this whole story, like one kind of moral principle or rule that if you like difference in that view kind of shapes your narrative quite a bit. I think if you view like history and what happened through the lens of aggressor aggressed, okay, and you think that if someone aggressed against you and therefore like there have been some consequences of that aggression that have been negative to the aggressive side, right? In general, and you deem yourself to be the one that being aggressed. And right, that kind of vindicates your history. So even if you have not been taught some details of how you defended yourself, like in a less convenient, morally.
Are you saying that the Nakba was self-defense?
I'm saying
there were explanations for each of these massacres, right?
If it is your view, I'm doing a descriptive. An explanation. I'm saying then, and I want to draw a difference. Then, if you think that even if you have been aggressed, for example, it doesn't doesn't excuse it. Then you have to, for example, then if you went and done something, for example, wrong, you are like the brain shifts to you. That would color differently your perception of the situation. And if you, in the first place, disagree with the fact that you have been aggressed. And you think that you have been the aggressor, that will further shape your perception. So for you, with your political leanings, I can account very easily for like why this whole situation was.
Something to do with my political leanings. I'm very informed, like you are. I grew up with this at our Shabbat table my whole life, right? This is a very, very important part of my cultural identity that I was raised with. So I'm familiar with the Zionist talking points, and I'm familiar with the existential threats that Israelis face. And I'm also familiar, I think for American Jews that are disillusioned, I think it's twofold. One is when you go to college, you learn about the Nakba, you hear a different version of the history. Just not that we were told those lies, but we were really told half the story. We were told about the massacres, we weren't told about all the stuff that's documented by the new historians in Israel, right? So we learn all this shit, and we're like, okay, that's not great, but at least it's in the past. Then we watch the mowing the lawn policy, which what we see is this outmatched two parties. One of them is dramatically, exponentially stronger than the other, and one of them is occupying the other and and restricting, resources to the other and restricting movement to the other. And every couple of years they go in and just kill 2,000 people. Where like maybe sometimes a few Israelis die, but mostly it's just thousands of dead Palestinians. We see it all over our airwaves, and it becomes harder and harder to defend this policy, which seems brutal and unnecessary and disproportionate, and is breeding more and more like extremism on the other side. And so Jews find themselves in a situation where like, okay, we can live with the fact that bad shit happened in 1948. That was in the past, but then you see in the present these policies that are becoming increasingly hard to defend, and because Jewish identity in America has become so enmeshed with defending Israel and espouting these talking points, it puts us in a very uncomfortable position. And so I think that is what creates this sort of cognitive dissonance, and a lot of people just want nothing to do with it, And then when October 7 happens, those of us who said we want nothing to do with this and just don't talk to them, let them fucking kill each other, we don't care, it's not our problem. Now it's our problem because it's become like everybody's problem, it's become a worldwide. I know it sounds callous to say this to an Israeli who actually like is dealing with trauma and you're dealing with actual war and existential needs, but like it has affected all of us and forced us. It's come to our doorstep whether we like it or not. And so those of us who were raised with Zionism, disillusioned by it, are like especially frustrated that now we have to answer for what we see as the crimes of the Israeli government.
A, I don't see why we have to answer for anything. B, again, like what you said is very neatly into my perception that everything that you just said fits very much into your political worldview of how you assign blame, what do you see as justified, what do you see like as a necessary consequence of some action, and so on and so on. Like, this is totally like in line.
Yeah, I just wanted to read some. Yeah, these are just Bible flashcards. Feel free to cut me off when you think you've heard enough.
I never hear enough from you, man.
Just take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. He has told you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, and to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God. My health may fail and my spirit may grow weak, but God remains the strength of my heart. He is mine forever. I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. I am persuaded that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other created thing shall be able to separate us from the love of God. Where your treasure is... Amen.
Sorry, go on, I thought you were
Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they are red as crimson, they shall be like wool. Whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Wait patiently for the Lord. Be brave and courageous. The steadfast love of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting on those who fear him. Just for you, a collection of 101 promises from Psalms to guide your path.
Inspired.
Yeah, those are just little Bible flashcards I have. Let me take a picture of them and I'll update my PTR. Got them at a Bible bookstore.
That's great. You want some other mystical wisdom literature that I can send you that I think you would like?
Sure.
Yeah, it's funny. There's this whole thing in theology where like the theologians are always arguing, but the mystics are always on the same page. It's this funny dynamic where like you take a Catholic monk and I like a what is it, Sufi mystic, or like a Buddhist monk, and like they kind of are all aligned on the wisdom, right? But not on the application of the wisdom.
that sounds good.
Yeah, it's kind of like this thing in like monastic circles where like, you know, Catholic monks and Buddhist monks, they have this like thing that they all agree on. They just don't agree on like how to apply it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you say that again for me?
Are you recording me?
No, I'm not trying to do it. See, I was reading a text on my phone. I wasn't paying attention to you. I'm just trying to be honest.
Okay. Just making sure, because I know sometimes you like to record stuff.
I am live streaming myself though, so technically you are being recorded, but not targeted.
That's all right.
Islamist. Thank you very much.
Okay, hold on. Can I respond to this real quick? For an understanding Indian perspective.
Yeah. Hold on.
I wanted some clarity on Buttercup's position.
Yeah, Houdini, just give me a second. Let me just respond to AJ.
Sure.
So I don't know if you're, you know, how well learned you are in history, but historically speaking, when Jews were being persecuted, they actually fled to the Islamic world. The Ottoman Empire. I mean, you can go to Jewish historians.
Just sob stories.
No, I mean, these aren't sob stories. This is just like historical reality.
We stay on topic. Houdini, say what you want to say. Houdini, speak.
Yeah, sure. You know, I for one, as an American, I love my goddamn country. You know, I'm not confused about what I am or who I am or this identity. You know, I feel that there are people who are perhaps, you know, lost about what side to choose, but if we're American and we're sticking to American values, then, you know, there's certain things we do and don't support. It's just that simple. So, you know, I, for one, am a Christian, and I feel that, you know, the Middle East, those Arabs over there, they're not my people. Nonetheless, you know, the response from the group, the Jew group,
Israelis?
yeah, it seems disproportionate. I'm just, you know, as an objective observer, it seems, you know, a bit.
You're not an objective observer. You're an outside observer.
Ellie, let him finish. Ellie, we don't have to rebut everybody,
sorry.
okay?
Yes.
She's just airing his grievances, okay?
I'll shut up.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, you know, I'm not a confused American. I know what my identity is, and I'll be, you know, frank. I think something, I'm not sure what it is, but I think something's up. Something's very fishy, and, you know, it needs to be looked into.
Your point. So what's the fishiness?
Well,
what's fishy about it?
The foreign policy that we've been applying towards this, you know, nation state. I'm not gonna lie, I used to sleep on the notion of Israel and just how perhaps severe, you know,
I think it's too influential in our politics, is what you're saying.
Yes, absolutely. That's the point that I was going to get to.
And that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Bad.
I think, yeah, absolutely a bad thing.
So when other countries do this, like
Arab nations with like 10 times more money and influence, that is okay, or you have a problem with all countries?
Daniel, with all due respect, are we engaging everyone who says they have a limited, they've been following this conflict very minimally?
I know. I'm not attacking him. Asking him if the problem is, generally speaking, about like influence, or specifically about Israeli influence, because Israel is obviously not even in the top 10 influencers on foreign policy, or even
they're
by
very
state.
influential in America.
What are you talking about?
Listen.
Not the first
AIPAC
one.
is
So I'm
very,
asking
very
if it's
powerful.
Again, not
They've
my
derailed
question.
so many races, even
Not
on
my
a local.
question. Not my question. My question is this a general rule, or specifically just about AIPAC?
Especially Israel, no other foreign country has this type of influence on our local races.
So your rule is only on Israel, not the general
No,
rule
they
for
have
the
an
Americans
exception. They
regarding.
have a different type of influence on our domestic politics where foreign interests don't, because they have a different type of lobbying entity. They're registered differently.
All right.
What is it? Those are American Jews.
Houdini, I don't think you want to speak to this, but this is something we're pretty familiar with, but I can take this from here if you don't mind.
Yeah, you can do your thing, but don't like, it sounds like you're underestimating what is, what I know, and I'm pretty familiar. I'm just having a good time. I decided to come on the app and engage. This is a nice app. I like it. I can make connections and relationships and stuff, but
it's a great way to stay in shape.
See, Houdini, Buttercup is a Jew, so she sees you as a boy. So like.
Well, such a fuck off, Ellie. No, I don't. Skyward is equal. I'm a humanist atheist Jew.
But more, no. She's like Chris Martin. She sees us as human being on Earth.
Even Israelis.
Listen. I'm looking at, our foreign
Speaking of
policy.
the Israelis, hi Amos. How is Tarkot?
ריקודי העם. הובה, ההיא, עם ההיא, שירה.
Who's gonna sing for us? Also, little Colt. Did you do the accent one?
Did you play the Hova? Can you tell us about the Hova, ההיא, עם ההיא, שירה?
Rikude Am.
Rikude Amba. I think he's still there.
Okay, that was a commercial break. Thank you, Amos.
Thank you, Amos. You're good. I'm gonna mute him for a second. Okay, is it better? All right, that's better. All right, what were we talking about?
American AIPAC and influence on the American politics, and if it's only specifically about Israel, and you said yes, your problem is specifically with Israel, not with.
No, AIPAC does have disproportionate influence. No other foreign country. They represent American Jews, so that's why they're so influential.
Can you show me the metrics that you say that they have unproportional influence?
I'm so Daniel. So I covered politics for many years, and local races and state races across the country, and federal races, and they have immense influence over. They throw money behind. These are American Jews. They're not Israeli. It's not an Israeli government. It's American Jews on behalf of Israel. So they register as a local domestic lobbyist instead of a foreign lobbyist.
And what about the ones that are working for the Ummah or for other countries?
They have to register as foreign lobbyists. They don't have that domestic influence.
If they're Americans, they are not foreign by definition. So why do American Jews need to register as foreign agents? Why are you doing it to yourself? You don't do that with your American?
It's like in Russia, they have to register as a foreign.
But they are not foreign.
Under FARA, if you are representing the interests of another nation,
they are not representing another nation.
Yes. AIPAC is representing the interests of Israel, which is another nation. It's not representing the interests of Jewish people. And the American-Israeli Political Action Committee is not representing Israel.
Right, the American
Israel there is what's being represented is the relationship between America and Israel as represented by American voters. It is not an arm of the Israeli government. There are exactly $0 that come to AIPAC from Israeli.
Well, actually, we don't know that. We don't know that. Hasbara bullshit.
It has no it doesn't take any government money.
No, it's all traced. It's very, very well tracked at where all the money comes from.
Individual,
very strict laws for people who donate to these campaigns.
Let's make a pact. If you use the word Hasbara, we'll call you an anti-Semite, okay? Like, we'll start throwing anti-Semite around.
Yeah, of course. Why not? You know,
we try to avoid it in this room. Like, we can understand that, like,
trying to talk about the issues.
You guys are like
detrimental.
You guys are like the black but on steroids.
All right, you're doing it. You're spicy.
No, I actually agree that the Jews in America and the blacks are very similar. You know, like whining and bitching and not looking in the mirror. I agree with you. But and this is why I'm saying, like, I don't want to throw around anti-Semite labels, so please don't come to the Hasbara labels, okay?
Okay, so I want to read something for you guys. Guys, I'm going to read a little bit about AIPAC's influence, okay? Guys, are you listening? The American-Israeli the AIPAC, which sharply boosted its lobbying last year in the midst of Israel's war with Hamas, and a corresponding surge in anti-Semitism, more than doubled its political action committee campaign spending as Americans elected a new president and decided whether Republicans or Democrats should control Congress. AIPAC and its affiliated super PAC reportedly spent $95.1 million in 2004, including donations to endorse candidates. That's more than double the $44 million spent during 22 races.
That's like a quarter of the just the plane that Qatar gave. Not to talk about all the money that they're spending in the United States. Just the plane was like $400 million. You're talking about $95 million.
You asked how to clear. I'm answering your question.
Let's Spanish. You want to tell me that this is
Daniel, I'm answering your specific question. AIPAC outspends every other political committee identified as pro-Israel by open secrets. Some of the money went to...
You're comparing AIPAC to other pro-Israeli... No, compare it to others. Not... Get out of the Israeli obsession. Compare AIPAC to others. Not to other, like, yes, amongst Israeli, yes.
Let me respond to Daniel really quick. It's not about... If it was about money, right? Kamala raised more money than Trump, like 5 to 1 or something like that. It's not about money. So if you go to the AIPAC YouTube, they boast a 98% win rating.
So yes, what do you understand from this?
So what I'm saying is not really about the money; it's about the influence. And
no, the other way around, sweetie.
Yeah, it's not.
No, it's the other way around. Your conclusion is wrong. The reason that they have such a high success rate is because they only go with the candidates that they believe or they have enough estimates that they will win. They don't go with anyone. You're kind of mixing it. Okay, so what do you understand? No, so I want to explain. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I want to ask you a question. I explain to you what I get from it. I understand. Relax your second. Jesus, relax.
Daniel, you talk more.
I'll finish my... I will finish. So I told you what I understood from this. Now can you tell me what you understood from this success rate?
So, what I understand, because you say it's about the candidate that you think is going to win. So, why did you take money from the black man who gave a pro-Palestinian stance?
What are you talking about? Can you give me some information?
So you guys, I forget his name, but AIPAC supported the black man until he gave a pro-Palestinian stance.
Jamar Bowman or
Yes. So if it's about win rate,
it's not just about the win rate, okay? It's obviously going with the candidate that they believe in and that they could win. If It's not like lottery. It's not a horse show that you put your money on the winner and you get the. The candidate needs to align with our values in a way. And if you are supporting Free Palestine and calling for the destruction of Israel, then yes, those Jews disagree with this foreign policy.
Okay. So it's an Israeli lobby.
No, it's a foreign. It has to do a lot with foreign policy, obviously.
Okay.
The same that Bauman is dealing with foreign policy, talking about Free Palestine.
Okay.
So they can also have an opinion. And it's okay that there are other opinions. Like, it seems like some opinions are completely legitimate, free speech, democracy. And when it's pro-Israel, it's corruption. We should whatever. Like, check how much. Seriously, did anyone check how much money directly, not via like American Iranian, American, actual money that is going from, for example, Qatar to the United States, to the education system, to the academia from all those Arab countries. And then ask yourself, why do those countries pay hundreds of millions of dollars for the education system in the United States? Isn't the United States like the biggest economy in the world, like all the money in the world, printing money? Why do you need to have so much money getting from them? And before that, what are they getting back? What is their interest? And you don't ask those questions.
What's AIPAC getting back? They're winning races and installing reflecting our politics.
No, this is not what I was talking about. You're just listening to yourself.
I wasn't listening. You're right.
Maybe someone else can answer if they were listening and not just to themselves.
Daniel,
I'll tell you what we're getting back. It seems like
what they're getting back. What is Qatar getting back for putting hundreds of millions in the universities of the United States? What is Qatar getting back from giving America, which is not a welfare country, a free 400? Like,
you're right, Daniel. You're right.
Why no one is asking any questions?
We are, Daniel. We are asking questions.
Yeah, I hear.
Fundamentally, our political system is corrupted because of our campaign finance system, which allows these big
because of you guys, you allow it. Because you need to understand that this obsession with Israel is what enables genociding Jews, starving Yemenis, doing whatever people want in the world. Because even Russia can do whatever the fuck they want, because everybody is obsessed with this unproportional. You want to talk about proportionality? Your obsession with Israel and Jews, like the global obsession, is unproportional. The amount of UN meetings that were done on Gaza, compared to the number of casualties, compared to anything else that is happening in the world, is like, I have the data, okay? Like, I will give it to you in a minute. It will be mind-blowing.
Daniel, you asked what did they get, right? One of the things they get is a radicalized college population of young people.
Oh, Colin, you really believe that about the protesters?
Let him speak. Why every time that someone speaks something that it cannot contradicts what you believe, or like shaking them, you immediately shut them up.
Yeah.
Let him speak.
No, it's a Jew.
Oh, hold on. I actually want to debunk some of the stuff that was said.
Let Colin finish first.
I was speaking in the middle of speaking. I don't understand. Thank you. Yeah, I do believe that. I do believe that there are foreign influences on college campuses. I absolutely believe that. But just a point for Daniel, right? I agree with you, Buttercup, that our campaign finance laws, Citizens United, etc., is a major problem. But it's not a unique problem to the Israel lobby. It's a problem for the entire lobbying system. And what Daniel is saying is that there's an outsized attention to the corruption in our lobbying system. There's an outsized attention to Israel when there could be attention on all of those other things, big pharma, big oil, big tobacco, right? And other interests of other countries, other relationships, foreign policy interests and things like that. This is not unique to the Israel lobby.
We had a whole discussion yesterday where I was trying to convince Buttercup that and explain to her the mechanism through which the Israeli story is much more interesting, period. Like, you cannot sell more papers talking about Nothing. Ukraine, Yemen, Syria, blah, 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 blah. All that, like, you can hold people's attention for a day, a 2, a 3. You will talk to people about...
a splash with the bombs everywhere, right? That's not exactly low profile.
Listen,
not
again,
under the radar.
If Jews provide you with news, it is good. If Jews do not provide you with news, you will still find a way to report on something. Okay, like you cannot tell me that when the Israeli news cycle has been low, it was not still out proportionate. Getting out proportionate attention in comparison to any fucking thing that is going on.
It's the most belligerent state on the planet right now.
They were talking about Ukraine.
Right
they were
now.
talking about Russia. They were talking about Ukraine and Russia before this.
Before this. But the Ukraine-Russia thing is going on constantly. There are much more people dying there.
More belligerent than North Korea.
No, North Korea is not that belligerent. It's just slowly killing and starving their population, and nobody gives a fuck. Like the horror of North Korea. And again, like, who wants to just every day hear about the horrors of North Korea?
All right, let's stay focused on this real story.
Exactly. You see,
the topic. We're speaking Hebrew. Ali, look at this story. Look at the name of the room.
So, wait, really? We're not Buttercup story time?
It is, but it's in Hebrew, so we want to talk about it in Hebrew.
No, but you see, like, I cannot hold your attention with the horrors of North Korea even for 3 minutes. So
you go on tangents, Ali. Let's be real.
Fighting North Korea.
That's why we love you.
We're not fighting.
You know a lot of shit, and you like to share it, and sometimes you get sidetracked.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to know where are the videos of Hamas killing the IDF, like in mass or in large number? Do those exist?
Well, they don't have, like, now, it's not happening that they're killing IDF soldiers in mass. But
well,
events that are happening, like,
I'm actually glad that you acknowledge that, right? You see, we're not killing the IDF, as you say.
No, we're killing them.
Yes.
Killing them, yes.
And I'll tell you what, you're killing them at a extremely disproportionate rate, all right? They have
disproportionate to what?
Disproportionate to what? Excuse me, can I speak? Jesus.
Yes, speak. Jesus is not real, but you can call Moses.
No, Jesus is everywhere.
Okay, got it.
Funny.
All right.
Christ is king. Anyway, there's a disproportionate casualty rate that exists in Gaza. You know, they have 60 times the amount of casualties that Israel had. All right, and last time I checked, there isn't an Iron Dome. Excuse me. What is wrong with this cockroach? Can you shut your cockhole?
Cockroach is your no.
Can you shut your cockhole?
You're done. No. You're done.
Shut your mouth. Why does Daniel keep interrupting him?
You're done.
Why do you keep? Wait, hold on. Why does Daniel keep interrupting him? Daniel is speaking and you keep interrupting him.
I don't care. Yeah, cockroach, you can keep this Nazi rhetoric to someone else.
What do you mean Nazi rhetoric, man? Like he was speaking, and you keep fucking interrupting him.
He would be respectful.
Well, why aren't you respecting him in his time, allowing him to speak?
Listen, dude, I will not accept being called a cockroach. You can move on.
When you act like a cockroach, you'll be called a cockroach.
Cockroach is your father. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
don't call me names and then act naive. I will not accept it, dude. You can accept it. Fine, I will not.
But did someone say good to more than 60 times?
He did. Daniel literally said good.
Why am I being kicked? I'm an American. Buttercup, you're an American.
That was uncalled for, Daniel. I think you owe him an apology. I think you owe everybody an apology, actually.
Daniel, we're going to try this.
For the fact that not enough IDF soldiers are dying in your eyes? Because
I know, let's not get emotional. Daniel, let him speak uninterrupted for 1 minute, and then you can
just
speak,
ask me a question. No problem. Go ahead.
All right, if you talk, you're going down. I love you, Daniel, but you're going down if you talk.
Yeah.
Go, Houdini, speak.
All right, thank you. So, again, there's a disproportionate casualty rate in Gaza, okay? And, when we're observing the conflict, all right, I understand that, there are certain groups that would like to soak up as much sympathy from the international community as they can, right? But it's difficult to do that when, you seem so dominant, okay? The fact of the matter is, you said it yourself, IDF soldiers, they aren't dying, okay? The clips of IDF soldiers being assassinated, political leaders in Israel dying in foreign countries, I don't see it. So it just becomes a situation where it begs the question, at what point is enough? These people, they don't have the capacity to resist. 70% of their infrastructure is gone. And, somehow people still have an appetite for war. But, there's no Iron Dome in Gaza. They don't have any fighter jets. I'm not a fucking Arab. I'm a pale American, and I'm proud of it. But the fact of the matter is, I'm seeing perhaps a bit of, I'm seeing a bit of an inconsistency in our foreign policy, and I'm just being frank.
Yeah.
What maybe truly awoke in me?
Okay, land your point.
Maybe Hamas should
let him land. Kalev, we're not interrupting. Let him land. Land your point, Houdini. You just see a disproportionate outcome, right?
Yeah, I'd like to finish.
There's gross imbalance, right, between the casualty rate on both sides.
Yes, there's most definitely a gross imbalance, right? And, the media...
It's been like that for every war with Gaza, 100%.
No doubt. I believe your help, though. No disrespect.
I'm helping you land your point so we can move on.
No disrespect. I don't need your help.
It's always.
I don't see you helping the Jews.
I don't see you doing it.
Wait. I suggest anyone who has a problem with the cockroach rhetoric to ignore that person and Buttercup can keep.
No, we're moving on.
We're moving on.
I will not be engaging with.
Yes, he's done.
I will not be engaging with his argument. I suggest no one else who cares about this.
Okay,
No,
Daniel,
I
can I
think
get
it's
you?
important. I think it is important.
You can't defend your position, so
I'm answering now. Okay,
Houdini, we heard you. Now it's Daniel's
so I
turn.
will address this. First of all, this concept of proportionality is a made up.
Please don't.
They need to know it. I don't know. This is what I mean.
Don't entertain. Listen,
I'm not going to justify. Don't worry. I'm not going to justify anything.
Not entertaining anything that was said after the cockroach remark.
Okay, let's just clarify. Houdini, are you aware that cockroach is a trope that was used by the Nazis to dehumanize Jews? Are you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware.
Well,
of
that's
that.
why they're sensitive to it. So you want to apologize?
Are you aware that it's not a very nice word to use?
My friend, stop. Houdini, do you want to apologize now that you know?
No.
Now that I know, moving forward, if I do it again, yes, I will apologize. But I won't apologize for that moment because, I wasn't attempting to be prejudiced.
Well,
it's still a very rude thing to call a human being.
You fucking assholes right now. Okay, finish the question like an hour ago.
On both sides, right?
All right.
Alright, let's move on. Stop.
I did want to speak about APOC. So there is a little bit of a
I was just asking.
despite
Okay, we're not talking. We need to respond first. Benny Adam, I want to respond to Houdini's claim.
They don't. Oh, you want to? Okay, because they don't want to.
Okay, Daniel,
I'm trying to.
Well, no, Daniel and Ellie said no. We're not going to respond to the.
No, Daniel wants to respond.
I'm trying to. My God, can I just answer for a second? Okay, so the concept of proportionality, as you presented, is a made-up concept. We should not hope for proportionality. I would hope for 0 people of the IDF that will die, and I will be completely happy with it. I think that in order for a war to be justified in your eyes, more IDF soldiers need to die. I don't see how is this makes sense. And
can we have an exchange? He responded to me. I'd like to respond.
This is what I wanted to do before, but you snapped at me.
Okay, so how about we do this? What's your name?
No.
Daniel, it says so in my PTR.
Oh, no doubt. Well, look, maybe we started off on the wrong foot, but I think that we're all entitled to our perspectives. Here's the deal. War doesn't 5,000 people died on your side, 5,000 people must die on my side. Yes, I'm not shallow that way. But in any case, you know, when it comes to the capacity of the Gazans, right, the fact of the matter is they are outmatched. They don't have fighter jets. They don't have an Iron Dome. They don't have nuclear weapons. 70% of their infrastructure is destroyed. They're on the verge of famine, according to you know, a ton of international human rights groups.
All right. So maybe they should surrender. Hold on, I want to explain to Houdini. So maybe they should, if this is a situation so clear, okay, why don't they release the hostages and surrender and put down and say, okay, we are done with this war. Take your hostages back.
I'll be honest with you. This is my perspective. I think that Israel doesn't give a fuck about the hostages. And I'm not talking about
this is not what I asked. This is not what I asked. This is not what I asked you.
Listen, I know it's not what you asked. I know it's not what you asked.
If this is a situation in Gaza, they don't have anything, and they're like basically losing, like the numbers, everything. Why don't they release?
The Israelis.
We pull down.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Just give me about 30 seconds without interrupting me, okay? The Israelis.
And you interrupted me in the middle of my answer.
I'd like to go next. Can I be put in this to go next?
Who's this speaking?
The Israelis, okay?
Don't care about the hostages. We heard you.
Yeah, we heard.
No doubt. But I'm sitting here having a conversation.
Hold on, Houdini, you stopped me in the middle of the answer. You said, shut the fuck up, Cauliflower. You
Why are you being interrupted right now? Do you need to be punished?
I'm sure you do.
Okay, I will bend you over, Daniel.
All this stuff, can you move and stuff? I was in the middle of
no, bitch, you know what?
Cauliflower.
Okay, guys, Daniel, you have 60 seconds, and then we're going to Cauliflower. Okay,
wait, what about me?
Point. And then Friend goes next.
No, Baraka, relax. I was in the middle of an answer. Houdini stopped me and asked me politely.
1 minute now. Go.
I will stop again. Every time I'm interrupted, I will stop again.
1 minute. No, 1 minute.
Let's see. 1 minute. Okay, so. Okay, I will start again. So. I was in the middle of an answer, and then Houdini politely stopped me, even though he went mental when I stopped him, and asked me if it's okay that we will have an exchange, so he will be able to interrupt me. And I said yes, meaning that we will have an exchange. And now he basically goes on a speech, and when I try to interrupt him, Cauliflower and the rest of the band is like, Daniel, let him speak. So if he doesn't want to have a discourse, I want to finish my answer. If he wants to listen to himself, don't call it a discourse. And Cauliflower, no one asked for your opinion. I don't know who you are even.
Okay.
So the proportionality has nothing to do with war, okay? It's not a rule of war. When people talk about proportionality in war, it means that, for example, the type of attack and the ammunition that is used is proportional for the objective of that attack, okay? It's not about like they raped 4 people, we will rape 4 people. They slaughtered 1,200, we will slaughter. It doesn't work like this. We would be okay with ending the war with 0 people that are dying in Gaza. They just need to release the hostages and put down the arm. And all your like bullshit, Israel doesn't care about the hostages. You're crying here about the tens of thousands of Palestinians are dead. Why don't you ask the exact same question with using the exact same metrics about the Palestinians? Don't they give a fuck about their own people? Don't you give a fuck about the Palestinians? That all you talk about Israel. Palestinians can end this today, tomorrow, and yesterday by just releasing all the hostages and putting down their guns.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Good time. Cauliflower, you want to add something?
Yeah, I'm gonna give my time to Houdini.
Okay.
That is very kind of you.
It was always the word.
Thank you so much. So, when you're in negotiation, right, for peace, I'm curious, if you're sincere about achieving peace, do you kill the negotiator?
Great question.
Yes.
Ask the Palestinians.
So, first of all, we're not negotiating peace. This is a hostage negotiation. Now, imagine, for example, I'm still answering. It's supposed to be
One at a time, Houdini, one at a time.
I just want to say, Buttercup, it is my turn. He did answer my question sufficiently. He said, yes, we killed the negotiator, and I'm satisfied with that answer, but I'd like to proceed with the rest of my response.
It's a two-parter, Daniel. It's a two-parter. Let him finish his question.
I didn't finish my answer, though.
No, Houdini still has time. Houdini still has.
All right, give it one more question, Houdini, and then we'll move to Daniel.
You know what? Fuck it. Listen, guys. If it's about discourse about just hearing yourself, hearing the question, enjoy it.
He's so angry, like God.
Okay, I'm angry, and Otello, and Cauliflower, and Houdini. Listen, I don't care about it.
All right, enough, guys.
Enjoy your still taking Houdini's time.
Otello, again, you and Cauliflower are like. No one asked, not you and not Cauliflower. It's not his time, it's my time, and you're wasting it.
You guys, we're getting hung up on times. Enough. Let's move on. Let's be grown-ups. All right, can we move on from this topic because it's turning into a shit show.
Well, it's time to move on because one little guy
We've been
is very
debating this for
emotional.
3 days. To fill you in, we've been debating whether or not it was smart for them to bomb their hostage negotiators when they were trying to negotiate the release of the hostages for 3 days now. No one's sure why the fuck Israel did that. Daniel has theories. I have theories. We all have theories. It was a criminal minister that did this against the
Jump in. I'd like to jump in. Maybe I just go ahead and jump in. Maybe I just go ahead and talk. Houdini, it's my turn now. Houdini, it's my turn now. I've heard enough from you. I've heard enough from you.
Crazy.
God damn.
Sorry. All right, Houdini. Let me just clarify that, we in these Jewish or these pro-Israel, pro-Pally rooms, we've been dating for 4 days now. Why Israel did this, and there's different theories, and nobody's really sure why they did it. But what we do know is that it failed. That there was the Mossad was maybe going to go in and do a surgical thing.
Buttercup, I'm so sorry for interrupting you, but I actually had a perspective on why they did it, and I was actually trying to complete my thought. Thank you. All right. So if we could rest our necks for a minute at least. Yes, Israel has no interest in peace. That's why they did it. Okay. They have an appetite for war, plain and simple. All right. You don't kill the negotiator when you're trying to sincerely negotiate peace. They killed, what's that guy's name? I'm not good with Arab names.
Hania.
Yes, Hanea. They killed Hanea, okay, in Iran. All right, and he was a negotiator. Not only did they kill him, they fucking bombed Qatar and totally disregarded, the American relationship that they also value. All right, so the fact of the matter is, when you're out to expand, right, you need to engineer a threat. Okay, you need to create the demon so that you could further justify aggressive acts. Hence, Hamas being inflated to be this, organization that can rival Israel somehow, and they cannot. So,
you made your point. Thank you.
I actually haven't, but you have more patience for Jews. You're exposing yourself. It's all right.
Okay, that's.
What do you mean by expand?
I'm giving you a chance to talk, Houdini, and you're being disrespectful.
No, you have more patience for Jews. It's obvious.
It's clear for any observer that Israel is an expansionist state. It's disputable. Yes, they are literally expanding constantly into the West Bank from their settlements. They have expanded their borders into Syria, and they got the opportunity. They are talking about annexing Gaza. Yes, this is an expansionist state. No doubt about it.
Thank you. Okay, so that's your opinion. See, we all have different views, and we respect each other's views. Houdini, that was a perspective that many of us have. I share your view that Israel is belligerent and out of control, and is a threat to regional stability, and we're all on the same page about that. Daniel has a different view, and that's okay, and we all respect each other's different views. But nobody knows what's in Bibi Netanyahu's head. He's a little bit crazy, and he's a little bit unhinged, and he's not. It's hard to know what he's thinking.
Do you know what my view is?
Yeah, tell us, Dan. All right, Danny, you want to speak, but keep it short.
No, you said you know.
I mean, we've talked for 3 days, but I would love to hear what your view is today.
I'm trying to talk about it many times, But what happened now is what usually happens. You guys not
Will you
willing to
stop
get
complaining and just get to your point?
Yeah, just make the point, Daniel.
You complain so much.
No, you're not worth it, to be honest. You know.
Then be quiet.
That's your choice. You can also not share your opinion if that's your choice. Jakob, do you want to share an opinion?
So if we're gonna move on, I did want to go back to the APAC thing. So what a lot of people get wrong, APAC, despite being called a political action committee, isn't registered as a political action committee. There are subsidiaries that may be, but APAC itself is registered as a
They work with
501c4. Yes, yeah, but they are not themselves a political action committee by law. So they're registered as I think it's called a 501c3, C4, something like that.
They file every document required by the Federal Election Commission.
Yes.
Yes, but as a 501, yes, as a nonprofit organ, they do not have to disclose how much money they raised, nor do they have to disclose where this money came from. So we don't actually know where the money is coming in from.
Really? Because we do track a lot. A lot of it is reported. There's a database for.
No, it would be not APAC itself, like the
nonprofits have to report these a lot. Nonprofits have to report a lot of things.
They don't have to
where they get their money from, who their salaries.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They have to report expenditure. They have to report expenditure. What they spend the money on.
The important part is
where the money comes from.
Provide a source, okay?
You can ChatGPT this.
Okay, but so ask ChatGPT for the source and post in the link so we can all be on the same page.
Here. I'll put the chat. The ChatGPT chat in the link in the chat, and yeah, you can ask it like where the sources are from. So I'm driving. I can't really do the chat.
Hi everybody. Can someone tell me what the title said?
It says "Story Time with Buttercup," which is who's me.
Oh, so we're making up stories. What's the story?
It started off just like getting to know people and hear their stories, but now we're kind of moved back into the usual bickering over Israel-Palestine.
Oh, free Palestine.
Got anything to add about the Qatari, the bombing, the negotiators in Qatar?
Hold on. APAC is a 501c4, not a 501c3, which is lobbying and advocacy groups for 501c4s.
And what are the regulations?
They pretty much have to file everything with the FEC where they donate money to.
Yeah, but not
where do they get their money from?
They're getting it from
and how much? Both of those things, they don't have to disclose.
No, I'm just pointing out. I thought you said that they were 501c3.
I forgot what the exact term is, but like the point is that they don't have to disclose how much they raised. They raised.
PACs and super PACs must disclose all donors above $200 per year to the FEC.
Yes, they're not a super PAC. That's the thing.
No, PAC.
They're not a PAC. It's super.
They have a PAC that spends money on races, and that PAC reports things, okay?
Exactly, but they themselves are not a PAC.
Right, but the people have to donate to the PAC for them to spend money on races, and all that is tracked.
If you donate to the PAC, yes, but if you donate to APAC, which I know calls itself a PAC.
Okay, so I posted in the chat an article about who's funding APAC. For decades, they didn't spend money directly on elections, but that's changed in recent years. They're hugely influential in our elections. Politico and other outlets have reported that it's prepared to spend $100 million on ads, blah, blah, blah. They are closely tied. Allies and affiliates have spent about $30 million in the 2024 election cycle. Sludge analyzed the group's federal. Oh, shit! It's paywall. Let's see if I can get it past the paywall.
There's like just Google past paywall. Like there's a bunch of.
Yeah, I found it. I know. Paste. No, they won't let me go. Let's see, maybe another one works.
So, Buttercup, are you a convert or were you born into Judaism?
Doesn't matter.
To me,
I'm not religious.
You know,
so.
converts are considered Jews from birth.
no doubt. But Buttercup, do you have an answer or maybe not? I don't know.
I'm ethnically Jewish. I'm not religiously Jewish.
No doubt, no doubt. So you were born a Jew.
Yeah, is that a problem with you?
Understood. No, it's not a problem. It just gives me insight into who I'm dealing with.
Why? What about it?
It's a distinction without a difference.
By the way, you know converts are not completely equal to like foreign Jews, right?
Oh yeah, the only thing they can't do is marry a rabbi.
A Kohanim, yeah.
Yeah, Kohanim. So like that's about it.
No one's ever asked me if I'm a Jew in such an accusatory way.
Their last name won't have a tribal last name. They'll say Ben Avraham or Bat Sarah.
No, I won't lie, Buttercup. You know, in real life, you know, people love me. You know, I'm not here to like satisfy anyone's ears. You know, as far as I'm concerned, and I mean this with no disrespect, but fuck what you think. It's just one of those situations where, like, when I'm in these sorts of environments, oh my God, do I get sick and tired of the gaslighting. It's like organized crime in these conversations. You know, some of these people that are pro-Israel, they'll just words.
On this app, you mean? On this app, they are really nuts, the pro-Israel people.
Yes, not just on this app though. You know, it's a problem. It's just a trend, like throughout the world. I'm bearing witness to. There are individuals who are pro-Israel, and they're not just Jewish. You know, you got that guy who's like the son of a Hamas leader, I think. You know, he's like, he's just nuts. Like his perspective is just detached from reality. So, you know, I tend to get frustrated during these conversations, and yeah, I get curious about people. Who are you?
So I'll give you some background. I'm a unique kind of in this app because the pro-Israel people call me a Nazi and the pro-Palestinians call me a Zionist. And so because I consider what's happening in Gaza a genocide, but I also have family in Israel, and so I want to see their safety. And I think they need a new model that's sustainable and gives everyone equal rights under their law and ends the bloodshed, blah, blah, blah. But the pro-Israel people are upset because I use the genocide word, and the pro-Palestinians are annoyed because I ultimately I think there should be. I don't know why they're mad at me. Honestly, they just because they throw me in purity tests. I need to be pure and have all my politics aligned with 100%. But overall, people see me as more anti-Zionist, even though I don't take the label.
As an outsider, yeah, I see them as two sides of the same coin. If I talk to a pro-Pally, let's say, you know, these pro-Pallies, you know, they're great people for the most part, but like a lot of them will bring out that, you know, that tendency, like that you see from the mainstream media when you say something maybe a bit in the gray area, they'll just start labeling you and trying to censor you. And, you know, the Jews are, or the people that support the pro-Israel position, they're no different. But, you know, I wish you luck. You know, you're definitely a unique person. I haven't encountered many like you, but I definitely wish you luck.
And I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot if I was a little harsh. You know, it's tough to manage these rooms because they get really chaotic quickly, so.
Houdini, I actually have a question for you. So earlier you said like you're obviously an American, and that you're a Christian, and that you have no affiliation with like the Arabs there, or you don't feel anything towards them. But do you feel any kind of affiliation towards the Arab Christians there?
Well, they're Christian, so, you know, anywhere there's a Christian, Godspeed. You know, I'm rooting for them. My God is rooting for them. And I think that answers your question sufficiently.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask like what kind of Christian you are?
You know, I think it's an identity thing. You know, to be totally honest with you, I haven't read the Bible in a while, but you know, I was raised in the church, and from time to time I go, and you know, I love my culture. I love my heritage. So I just embrace the identity that I've been given or that I've inherited.
Okay, so you're like non-denominational, like Protestant.
Yeah, consider me non-denominational.
Oh, thanks.
And Amos here is our elder. He lives on a kibbutz in Israel, and he hosts these coexistence rooms. And so everyone loves him, from the right wing to the left wing to the nukhbas, he calls them, the pro-Pallies and the pro-Israels. Everyone loves Amos. In fact, I overheard some folks, some Muslim folk, Arab-speaking people, who were talking about how they would rescue him if Hamas ever came for him. They would join. They would even join the IDF to rescue our beloved Amos that got kidnapped.
Amos did get nutty after October 7th, though. Like I remember almost calling Gazans a human animal.
Wait, Benita, wait. Buttercup, are you intentionally retarded or is my brother?
Who's calling me retarded?
Matt Bendish, man.
Oh, Prince? Why are you calling me retarded?
For many reasons.
Well, let's be specific. Give me one reason.
There's always the women.
They would rescue Amos and join the IDF. Retarded statement number one.
Only one of them said that, okay, to be fair.
Excuse me. Yeah, okay, now it's one. And then if we look into the one, they're not even a Muslim. Okay, and then we get into, I'm all good and mighty. The pro-Israel crowd called me and the pro-Palestine crowd called me a Zionist. That's because you're a fucking Zionist. You're a fucking Zionist who thinks, okay, poor little Gazans are getting killed or genocided. But you know what? The rest of you fucking Jews who live on 80% of stolen land that was taken by killing Palestinians, it's fine. So my family lives there. They deserve to keep the stolen fucking land.
That's not, no, I think you misunderstood me, Prince.
Your stance.
Prince, you want to talk about it or not? So, Prince, I don't know if you... I don't care if you call me a Zionist. I don't care if you call me... I don't think...
It's not what I call... It's not about what
neither the term Zionist or anti-Zionist is offensive to me, okay? So I'm a Zionist if that's what you want. That's what I am.
It's not because
that's fine. I am. We don't disagree. Why are you fighting me? That's fine.
Because you try to act all innocent when you're a fucking Zionist.
Okay. What's your point? I'm not objecting to any names you're calling me.
What the fuck is that?
I don't identify as a Zionist or an anti-Zionist for reasons that are maybe above. It's hard to explain because most Jews are categorized as Zionists, even if they're not. They don't identify that way.
That's bullshit. Benny Adam, what's the definition of a Zionist?
Okay, so I explained, I think, to Benny earlier.
Benny Adam, what's the definition of a Zionist?
Someone who believes in the state of Israel, basically. Or the right of Jews to settle that land. Which, by the way, I'm a Zionist.
Not you, but
no. But Buttercup doesn't believe that. That's the thing. Like I remember, I asked her once explicitly on this.
Textbook definition Zionist. It doesn't matter.
It's literally the textbook definition does not matter.
Let Benny speak.
Because, like, I remember asking her explicitly, like, do you think that Jews have a unique right to settle that land? And she said no. So, it doesn't really make her a Zionist, does it?
I believe in a binational state. Let me tell you what I believe, okay?
Do you believe the state should be obliterated?
I believe in a binational state where everyone has equal rights under the law. I believe that people should be compensated. Can I finish the conversation? Can I finish what I'm saying? I believe in a binational state. We should redo the whole thing. We need a new model which gives an independent, secular, binational state under the law that gives every person between the river and the sea freedom of movement and equal rights. The people who committed war crimes must be prosecuted equally under the law. The people who had their land taken away in 48 till today or had suffered any of the consequences of the 70-year atrocity must be compensated and given reparations. And I think that we need to have a new model that's sustainable because the old models created escalatory violence for 70 years. And for saying that, I've been called a capo.
Hold on. Do you believe the state of Israel should exist?
Not in its current form, no.
So in what form?
The reason they call me
explain to you what form.
And what? It doesn't matter, bro.
A secular state. So basically, hold on, Buttercup. Under this hypothetical secular state, would there be a birthright for every Jew on the face of the earth?
No, there would be a non-discriminatory immigration policy that applies to everybody.
Okay, there you go. No, shut up. Here's the thing. We are 14, 15 million Palestinians, overwhelmingly Muslim. What if we, Palestinian society, want to build an Islamic state? So we're going to now have to take the opinion of our occupiers Oh, you're Jews. Would you like to live under our Palestinian Islamic State?
Wait, no, not all Palestinians want an Islamic State.
Bro. I said if we decided on it. That's not a business. It's our choice.
So I think
consideration.
So this is a challenge, Prince. I agree it's a challenge.
I prefer the Algerian model. You know what the Algerian model is? Every single motherfucker, and they settled in Algeria for way longer than they did in Palestine. Every single motherfucker who came on a fucking boat and other people's lands, get the fuck out.
Okay, thank you for sharing your perspective. Some people.
By the way, the Algerians also the Algerians who cooperated with the French.
Yeah, that's
the collaborators.
That's hard. That's
like you would kick out, like under your model, you would kick out the Druze.
That's our decision to make, bro. That's our decision to make, not yours, not the Zionists.
So I think it's perfectly understandable, like why what this gentleman named is offended, right? Because both of you are valid for feeling the ways you feel. Like if I was Buttercup, and I identified as a Jew, that was my identity, then yes, I would support the things and the concepts that support my people. And the notion of a Jewish state is one of them.
No other Jews have.
No, but she doesn't support a Jewish state.
State is probably going to be Arab majority, just demographically.
Wait. Hold on.
She supports Jews taking my land.
Hold on. Let me
reparations.
Possibly reparation. Take your reparation and take your people and get out.
Okay, I wish I could, but I can't. Sorry, Prince. I don't know what to tell you.
Wait, so you don't support a Jewish state? You guys?
I support a new model. It's something else. I think it might be Jewish in character because of all the holy sites and all the history there. But I think we're going to have a secular government that allows everyone the right to vote. And the reason Jews oppose this binational state is for demographic reasons. They feel they'll be outnumbered and they'll establish exactly what Prince was describing, sort of an Islamic caliphate, which would enforce their type of government, and they also fear genocide. Both sides fear the other one's going to genocide them or going to ethnically cleanse them, and both of their fears are justified, by the way, because both sides have elements that have threatened to genocide and ethnically cleanse the other side. So what we have the big problem is that both sides have a deep fear of being ethnically cleansed, and both of those fears are valid. And so that's why most people, I'm kind of on the fringe, most people, right, left, and center, think that we should have two states side by side because they think they're just going to kill each other and we can't trust them to be side by side. But I'm an outlier, and that's why the Jews think I'm a traitor because I'm going to get them genocided, and the Palestinians see me as a traitor because I'm going to get them genocided. And so I just have a fringe view, and so I'm a monster apparently.
By the way, it's not that fringe. I've always been a one-stater. I don't think the two-state solution works.
Yeah, I think at best, this is a fantasy. At best, because the Jews, based on what I'm observing, I don't speak for Jews, but the Jews, they seem to be in love with themselves. They seem to be in love with their culture, and they're being socially engineered by the state to. I don't know.
Socially engineered? I don't know what that means.
No, that's actually true.
Look.
Wait, just like Buttercup, you were talking about how you grew up with like the Jewish education.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
The camps and the whatnot. That's social engineering.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that struck a nerve. I think people should be in love with themselves.
Both sides are socially engineered to hate the other, to be honest. Like, let's be real about this situation.
Yeah, but one is a little bit more vindicated than the other.
Vindicated? What do you mean? The Palestinians because they got genocided?
Yes.
Well, before they got genocided and they taught them to invade and terrorize the Jews, then they were not vindicated?
No, but when in 48, or even before that, since the Balfour Declaration, there's a legitimate fear of being genocided or ethnically cleansed, which did happen.
Yeah, I know, I agree.
I mean, they essentially, I don't know why I'm hearing an echo. Is there, some sort of recording?
No. Oh, there might be a recording. Those two people that say anon in the audience, they're probably recording, but I'm not recording.
Oh, that's cool. The Jews effectively started this, decade-long conflict objectively. Any nation, and you can prove me wrong, maybe you're familiar with, an aspect of history that I'm not, but based on what I understand, there's no nation that has ever existed that has just willingly, given away land and just allowed people to establish countries for themselves. Okay, countries are born out of conflict, plain and simple, because whatever nation you're having to answer to that you want to secede from, they're going to be in disagreement with your secession. That was true for the Mormons in America, right? And, I don't see why it'd be any different for Jews living in British Mandate Palestine. The Palestinians, they see it as their land, right? They are the majority on the land. And here you are saying that I'm going to incorporate territory and form my own country. I'm going to carve out a piece of property on your land and
we all know
declare it my own.
Yeah.
I seen, all of the Arabs in the neighborhood deciding to attack what essentially is a foreign presence because, most of these people were fleeing from all parts of Europe.
Yeah, we're all familiar with the history. We don't need to recap it.
Anti-Semitism, no doubt, but I will anyway.
It's wasting our time, honestly. Like, it's hard to have a conversation if we're going to recap the whole history every time.
Find that impatience for the Jews in your room.
I'm very impatient for the Jews, trust me.
No doubt. I'm not seeing it, though. In any case, when it comes to, those Jews starting that state in that territory, I don't see the Arabs as distinct in their human behavior for attacking them. It's, nature taking its course. You try to start a state in my country, some separate country, and that means war.
Yeah, we understand.
It's been true for every country since the beginning of history.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for expressing your view.
Oh, pleasure was mine.
Amos's room is open. If you want a more peaceful room, Houdini, Amos, the peacekeeper, coexistence, kibbutznik is open to his room. You can go over there if you want a different vibe. But here we fight each other. Which is more fun. Welcome back, Noah.
Yeah, what's up?
So Noah, I'm getting tried as a Zionist apparently, which is fine. I'll take it.
You're getting tried?
Yeah, Prince.
Tried and convicted.
There is also
Prince launched some pretty lengthy.
You're very controversial here on this app. I'm not gonna lie, Buttercup.
I know.
Everybody thinks you're on the mission, like you're up to something.
I'm getting paid by the other side.
I bet your messages and back channels, are they going crazy, Buttercup?
Especially with BB, yeah.
Not so bad.
But people would make up stories about you, like BB, for example.
Oh yeah, he pretends he boomed all my rooms, right? He goes around telling people that he's booming my rooms like this is a grown man. This is a man in his 50s.
I don't know. I don't think he's a grown man, actually. He crashes out. He loses his shit that quickly, not gonna lie. And screams bro, are you insecure about your testosterone or what?
Sister Buttercup, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I got nothing but love and respect for you. I see your vision. You're like a revolutionary on this app, and I support you. I support you.
Thanks, Chucky.
He's saying that to you because he's running for presidency, so he wants to get...
Chucky for president.
Chucky, are you a part of the Buttercup Army?
I am. I'm a part of the Buttercup militia, man. I dedicate my life for her to protect her safety and her freedom of speech, man. No matter how many times people attack her, I'm gonna forever stand there for her.
You take a bullet?
Yeah, I'll take a bullet in the jugular for her.
Have you guys ever heard of John Mearsheimer?
Yes, we all know him. He's like the guy, he's an academic that talks about, he wrote the Israel Lobby, right? Like the AIPAC book.
Yeah, he wrote a 26-page paper in 2006 And you guys can read it for yourselves. I won't go through it, but I read it and I was like, wow.
I think most people in this room have read it or know of it or familiar.
You would have thought, he was in 2025. Like, it's literally, it's damn near, it looks like a blueprint.
What is it called?
It's the Israel Lobby and United States Foreign Policy, I think. It's by John Mearsheimer. This dude, by the way, right? Let's just take this into account. He's not he's not like the janitor at the White House or like the valet. This guy worked directly under Bill Clinton, and he was like a professor at Chicago University. And of course, when he comes out with this paper, the labels they just start coming up. Oh my God, anti-Semitism. And I don't know, something's up. Something's definitely up.
Do you think the United States, right, is Christian country, predominantly Christian country? Is it a military strategic alliance with Israel, or is it a religious alliance?
Do I think? Say that again. Sorry.
Is it more of a military strategic alliance with Israel, or is it more of a religious alliance?
Why the political Christian right aligns itself with Israel?
Yeah.
It's a more. I've heard different versions, but I think for most of them, it has to do with their end of times predictions, right? Like their end of days prophecies.
Okay.
Where like all the Jews congregate in Israel and die somehow. I don't know exactly how it plays out.
I think that Israel perhaps started as a practical military ally, because at the time at the time of Israel's inception, I think the Soviets had a lot of influence in the region, and the Israelis effectively assisted in undermining Soviet influence in that part of the world. But as far as the religious aspect of the conversation is concerned, I see religion being leveraged against the American public to essentially bamboozle folks into supporting things like the G word. I don't even got to say it. You're a Christian, you believe in Christ. Well, Christ was a Jew, and you should support such and such Christian beliefs.
Sorry to cut you off, but I do want to move. I think I'm exhausted and on a very different vibe that I think we should support. And I'm moving over to his room. So almost, I'll see you on the other side.
Hey, we'll continue that talk with you.
Talk about like I'm talking right now. Some people out there, okay?
The sayings of the Buddha. Choices. We are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts we make the world. Speak or act with an impure mind, and trouble will follow you as the wheel follows the ox that draws the cart. We are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts we make the world. Speak or act with a pure mind, and happiness will follow you as your shadow, unshakable. Look how he abused me and beat me, how he threw me down and robbed me. Live with such thoughts, and you live in hate. Look how he abused me and beat me, how he threw me down and robbed me. Abandon such thoughts and live in love. In this world, hate never yet dispelled hate. Only love dispels hate. This is the law, ancient and inexhaustible. You too shall pass away. Knowing this, how can you quarrel? How easily the wind overturns a frail tree. Seek happiness in the senses, indulge in food and sleep, and you too will be uprooted. The wind cannot overturn a mountain. Temptation cannot touch the man who is awake, strong, and humble, who masters himself and minds the law. If a man's thoughts are muddy, if he is reckless and full of deceit, how can he wear the yellow robe? Whoever is master of his own nature, bright, clear, and true, he may indeed wear the yellow robe. Mistaking the false for the true, and the true for the false, you overlook the heart and fill yourself with desire. See the false as false, the true as true. Look into your heart. Follow your nature. An unreflecting mind is a poor roof. Passion, like the rain, floods the house. But if the roof is strong, there is shelter. Whoever follows impure thoughts suffers in this world and the next. In both worlds he suffers, and how greatly, when he sees the wrong he has done. But whoever follows the law is joyful here and joyful there. In both worlds he rejoices, and how greatly, when he sees the good he has done. For great is the harvest in this world, and greater still in the next. However many holy words you read, however many you speak, what good will they do you if you do not act upon them? Are you a shepherd who counts another man's sheep, never sharing the way? Read as few words as you like, and speak fewer, but act upon the law. Give up the old ways, passion, enmity, folly. Know the truth, and find peace. Share the way. Wakefulness. Wakefulness is the way to life. The fool sleeps as if he were already dead, but the master is awake, and he lives forever. He watches. He is clear. How happy he is, for he sees that wakefulness is life. How happy he is, following the path of the awakened. With great perseverance he meditates, seeking freedom and happiness. So, awake, reflect, watch, work with care and attention. Live in the way, and the light will grow in you. By watching and working, the master makes for himself an island which the flood cannot overwhelm. The fool is careless, but the master guards his watching. It is his most precious treasure. He never gives in to desire. He meditates, and in the strength of his resolve he discovers true happiness. He overcomes desire, and from the tower of wisdom he looks down with dispassion upon the sorrowing crowd. From the mountaintop he looks down on those who live close to the ground. Mindful among the mindless, awake while others dream, swift as the racehorse, he outstrips the field. By watching, Indra became king of the gods. How wonderful it is to watch, how foolish to sleep. The beggar who guards his mind and fears the waywardness of his thoughts burns through every bond with the fire of his vigilance. The beggar who guards his mind and fears his own confusion cannot fall. He has found the way to peace. Mind. As the fletcher whittles and makes straight his arrows, so the master directs his straying thoughts. Like a fish out of water, stranded on the shore, thoughts thrash and quiver, for how can they shake off desire? They tremble, they are unsteady, they wander at their will. It is good to control them, and to master them brings happiness. But how subtle they are, how elusive. The task is to quieten them, and by ruling them to find happiness. With single-mindedness, the master quells his thoughts. He ends their wandering. Seated in the cave of the heart, he finds freedom. How can a troubled mind understand the way? If a man is disturbed, he will never be filled with knowledge. An untroubled mind, no longer seeking to consider what is right and what is wrong, a mind beyond judgments, watches and understands. Know that the body is a fragile jar, and make a castle of your mind. In every trial, let understanding fight for you, to defend what you have won. For soon the body is discarded. Then what does it feel? A useless log of wood. It lies on the ground. Then what does it know? Your worst enemy cannot harm you as much as your own thoughts unguarded. But once mastered, no one can help you as much, not even your father or your mother. Flowers. Who shall conquer this world, and the world of death with all its gods? Who shall discover the shining way of the law? You shall, even as the man who seeks flowers finds the most beautiful, the rarest. Understand that the body is merely the foam of a wave, the shadow of a shadow. Snap the flower arrows of desire, and then, unseen, escape the king of death, and travel on. Death overtakes the man who gathers flowers, when with distracted mind and thirsty senses, he searches vainly for happiness in the pleasures of the world. Death fetches him away as a flood carries off a sleeping village. Death overcomes him when, with distracted mind and thirsty senses, he gathers flowers. He will never have his fill of the pleasures of the world. The bee gathers nectar from the flower without marring its beauty or perfume. So let the master settle and wander. Look to your own faults, what you have done or left undone. Overlook the faults of others. Like a lovely flower, bright but scentless, are the fine but empty words of the man who does not mean what he says. Like a lovely flower, bright and fragrant, are the fine and truthful words of the man who means what he says. Like garlands woven from a heap of flowers, fashioned from your life as many good deeds. The perfume of sandalwood, rose bay, or jasmine cannot travel against the wind, but the fragrance of virtue travels even against the wind as far as the ends of the world. How much finer is the fragrance of virtue than of sandalwood, rose bay, of the blue lotus, or jasmine? The fragrance of sandalwood and rose bay does not travel far, but the fragrance of virtue rises to the heavens. Desire never crosses the path of virtuous and wakeful men. Their brightness sets them free. How sweetly the lotus grows in the litter of the wayside. Its pure fragrance delights the heart. Follow the awakened, and from among the blind, the light of your wisdom will shine out purely. The fool.
With IXL, not only does Charlie get extra math practice and guidance, but he's also able to explore other topics and skills he's interested in. There's an endless number of skills that match exactly what my kids are working on in class right now. And with so many
How long the night to the watchman? How long the road to the weary traveler? How long the wandering of many lives to the fool who misses the way? If the traveler cannot find master or friend to go with him, let him travel on alone rather than with a fool for company. My children, my wealth, so the fool troubles himself. But how has he children or wealth? He is not even his own master. The fool, who knows he is a fool, is that much wiser. The fool who thinks he is wise is a fool indeed. Does the spoon taste the soup? A fool may live all his life in the company of a master and still miss the way. The tongue tastes the soup. If you are awake in the presence of a master, one moment will show you the way. The fool is his own enemy. The mischief he does is his undoing. How bitterly he suffers. Why do what you will regret? Why bring tears upon yourself? Do only what you do not regret, and fill yourself with joy. For a while, the fool's mischief tastes sweet, sweet as honey. But in the end it turns bitter, and how bitterly he suffers. For months the fool may fast, eating from the tip of a grass blade. Still, he is not worth a penny beside the master whose food is the way. Fresh milk takes time to sour, so a fool's mischief takes time to catch up with him. Like the embers of a fire, it smolders within him. Whatever a fool learns, it only makes him duller. Knowledge cleaves his head, but then he wants recognition, a place before other people, a place over other people. Let them know my work. Let everyone look to me for direction. Such are his desires. Such is his swelling pride. One way leads to wealth and fame. The other to the end of the way. Look not for recognition, but follow the awakening and set yourself free. The wise man. The wise man tells you where you have fallen and where you yet may fall. Invaluable secrets. Follow him. Follow the way. Let him chasten and teach you and keep you from mischief. The world may hate him, but good men love him. Do not look for bad company or live with men who do not care. Find friends who love the truth. Drink deeply. Live in serenity and joy. The wise man delights in the truth and follows the law of the awakened. The farmer channels water to his land. The fletcher whittles his arrows, and the carpenter turns his wood. So the wise man directs his mind. The wind cannot shake a mountain. Neither praise nor blame moves the wise man. He is clarity. Hearing the truth, he is like a lake, pure and tranquil and deep. Want nothing. Where there is desire, say nothing. Happiness or sorrow, whatever befalls you, walk on, untouched, unattached. Do not ask for family or power or wealth, either for yourself or for another. Can a wise man wish to rise unjustly? Few cross over the river. Most are stranded on this side. On the river bank, they run up and down. But the wise man, following the way, crosses over beyond the reach of death. He leaves the dark way for the way of light. He leaves his home, seeking happiness on the hard road. Free from desire, free from possessions, free from the dark places of the heart, free from attachment and appetite, following the 7 lights of awakening and rejoicing greatly in his freedom. In this world, the wise man becomes himself a light, pure, shining, green. The Master. At the end of the way, the Master finds freedom from desire and sorrow, freedom without bounds. Those who awaken never rest in one place. Like swans, they rise and leave the lake. On the air they rise and fly an invisible course, gathering nothing, storing nothing. Their food is knowledge. They live upon emptiness. They have seen how to break free. Who can follow them? Only the Master. Such is his purity. Like a bird, he rises on the limitless air and flies an invisible course. He wishes for nothing. His food is knowledge. He lives upon emptiness. He has broken free. He is the charioteer. He has tamed his horses, pride, and the senses. Even the gods admire him. Yielding like the earth, joyous and clear like the lake, still as the stone at the door, he is free from life and death. His thoughts are still. His words are still. His work is stillness. He sees his freedom and is free. The Master surrenders his beliefs. He sees beyond the end and the beginning. He cuts all ties. He gives up all his desires. He resists all temptations. And he rises.
I know, right?
And wherever he lives, in the city or the country, in the valley or in the hills, there is great joy. Even in the empty forest, he finds joy, because he wants nothing. The thousands. Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace. Better than 1,000 hollow verses is one verse that brings peace. Better than 100 hollow lines is one line of the law bringing peace. It is better to conquer yourself than to win 1,000 battles. Then the victory is yours. It cannot be taken from you, not by angels or by demons, heaven or hell.
Here we go again. It's nacho night at the side of gas and diarrhea.
Sound familiar? Any of these digestive issues?
Better than 100 years of worship, better than 1,000 offerings, better than giving up 1,000 worldly ways in order to win merit. Better even than tending in the forest a sacred flame for 100 years is one moment's reverence for the man who has conquered himself. To revere such a man, a master old in virtue and holiness, is to have victory over life itself and beauty, strength and happiness. Better than 100 years of mischief is one day spent in contemplation. Better than 100 years of ignorance is one day spent in reflection. Better than 100 years of idleness is one day spent in determination. Better to live one day wondering how all things arise and pass away. Better to live 1 hour seeing the one life beyond the way. Better to live one moment in the moment of the way beyond the way.
There you go.
Mischief. Be quick to do good. If you are slow, the mind, delighting in mischief, will catch you. Turn away from mischief again and again. Turn away before sorrow befalls you. Set your heart on doing good. Do it over and over again, and you will be filled with joy. A fool is happy until his mischief turns against him, and a good man may suffer until his goodness flowers. Do not make light of your failings, saying, "What are they to me?" A jug fills drop by drop, so the fool becomes brimful of folly. Do not belittle your virtues, saying they are nothing. A jug fills drop by drop, so the wise man becomes brimful of virtue. As the rich merchant with few servants shuns a dangerous road, and the man who loves life shuns poison, beware the dangers of folly and mischief. For an unwounded hand may handle poison. The innocent come to no harm, but as dust thrown against the wind, mischief is blown back in the face of the fool who wrongs the pure and harmless. Some are reborn in hell, some in this world, the good in heaven, but the pure are not reborn. Nowhere. Not in the sky, nor in the midst of the sea, nor deep in the mountains can you hide from your own mischief. Not in the sky, nor in the midst of the ocean, nor deep in the mountains, nowhere can you hide from your own death. Violence. All beings tremble before violence. All fear death. All love life. See yourself in others, then whom can you hurt? What harm can you do? He who seeks happiness by hurting those who seek happiness will never find happiness. For your brother is like you. He wants to be happy. Never harm him, and when you leave this life, you too will find happiness. Never speak harsh words, for they will rebound upon you. Angry words hurt, and the hurt rebounds. Like a broken gong, be still, be silent. Know the stillness of freedom, where there is no more striving. Like herdsmen driving their cows into the fields, old age and death will drive you before them. But the fool in his mischief forgets, and he lights the fire wherein one day he must burn. He who harms the harmless or hurts the innocent, 10 times shall he fall, into torment or infirmity, injury or disease or madness, persecution or fearful accusation, loss of family, loss of fortune. Fire from heaven shall strike his house, and when his body has been struck down, he shall rise in hell. He who goes naked with matted hair, mud bespattered, who fasts and sleeps on the ground and smears his body with ashes, and sits in endless meditation, so long as he is not free from doubts, he will not find freedom. But he who lives purely and self-assured, in quietness and virtue, who is without harm or hurt or blame, even if he wears fine clothes, so long as he also has faith, he is a true seeker. A noble horse rarely feels the touch of the whip. Who is there in this world as blameless? Then, like a noble horse, smart under the whip, believe, meditate, see, be harmless, be blameless, awake to the law, and from all sorrow, free yourself. The farmer channels water to his land, the fletcher whittles his arrows, the carpenter turns his wood, and the wise man masters himself. Old age. The world is on fire, and are you laughing? You are deep in the dark. Will you not ask for light? For behold your body, a painted puppet, a toy, jointed and sick, and full of false imaginings, a shadow that shifts and fades. How frail it is, frail and pestilent. It sickens, festers, and dies. Like every living thing, in the end, it sickens and dies. Behold these whitened bones, the hollow shells and husks of a dying summer. And are you laughing? You are a house of bones, flesh and blood for plaster. Pride lives in you, and hypocrisy, decay, and death. The glorious chariots of kings shatter, so also the body turns to dust. But the spirit of purity is changeless, and so the pure instruct the pure. The ignorant man is an ox. He grows in size, not in wisdom. Vainly I sought the builder of my house through countless lives. I could not find him. How hard it is to tread life after life. But now I see you, O builder, and never again shall you build my house. I have snapped the rafters, split the ridgepole, and beaten out desire, and now my mind is free. There are no fish in the lake. The long-legged cranes stand in the water. Sad is the man who in his youth lived loosely and squandered his fortune. Sad as a broken bow, and sadly is he sighing after all that has arisen and has passed away. Yourself. Love yourself and watch, today, tomorrow, always. First, establish yourself in the way, then teach, and so defeat sorrow. To straighten the crooked, you must first do a harder thing, straighten yourself. You are your only master. Who else? Subdue yourself and discover your master. Willfully you have fed your own mischief. Soon it will crush you as the diamond crushes stone. By your own folly you will be brought as low as your worst enemy wishes. So the creeper chokes the tree. How hard it is to serve yourself. How easy to lose yourself in mischief and folly. The kashta reed dies when it bears fruit. So the fool, scorning the teachings of the awakened, spurning those who follow the law, perishes when his folly flowers. Mischief is yours, sorrow is yours, but virtue also is yours, and purity. You are the source of all purity and all impurity. No one purifies another. Never neglect your work for another's, however great his need. Your work is to discover your work, and then, with all your heart, to give yourself to it.
I was making so much money with DoorDash. I wanted to earn money in my free time, but I didn't want to go out and get a boring 9 to 5. That's when I found out how much money my friend was making with DoorDash. There are opportunities in
The world. Do not live in the world in distraction and false dreams outside the law. rise and watch. Follow the way joyfully through this world and beyond. Follow the way of virtue. Follow the way joyfully through this world and on beyond. Or consider the world a bubble, a mirage. See the world as it is, and death shall overlook you. Come, consider the world, a painted chariot for kings, a trap for fools. But he who sees goes free. As the moon slips from behind a cloud and shines, so the master comes out from behind his ignorance and shines. This world is in darkness. How few have eyes to see. How few the birds who escape the net and fly to heaven. Swans rise and fly toward the sun. What magic! So do the pure conquer the armies of illusion and rise and fly. If you scoff at heaven and violate the law, if your words are lies, where will your mischief end? The fool laughs at generosity. The miser cannot enter heaven. But the master finds joy in giving, and happiness is his reward. And more, or greater than all the joys of heaven and of earth, greater still than dominion over all the worlds, is the joy of reaching the stream. The man who is awake, he is awake. The victory is his. He has conquered the world. How can he lose the way who is beyond the way? His eye is open, his foot is free. Who can follow after him? The world cannot reclaim him or lead him astray, nor can the poisoned net of desire hold him. He is awake. The gods watch over him. He is awake and finds joy in the stillness of meditation and in the sweetness of surrender. Hard it is to be born. Hard it is to live. Harder still to hear of the way, and hard to rise, follow, and awake. Yet the teaching is simple. Do what is right. Be pure. At the end of the way is freedom. Till then, patience. If you wound or grieve another, you have not learned detachment. Offend in neither word nor deed. Eat with moderation. Live in your heart. Seek the highest consciousness. Master yourself according to the law. This is the simple teaching of the awakened. The rain could turn to gold, and still your thirst would not be slaked. Desire is unquenchable, or it ends in tears, even in heaven. He who wishes to awake consumes his desires joyfully. In his fear, a man may shelter in mountains, or in forests, in groves of sacred trees, or in shrines. But how can he hide there from his sorrow? He who shelters in the way and travels with those who follow it comes to see the four great truths concerning sorrow, the beginning of sorrow, the eightfold way, and the end of sorrow. Then, at last, he is safe. He has shaken off sorrow. He is free. The awakened are few and hard to find. Happy is the house where a man awakes. Blessed is his birth. Blessed is the teaching of the way. Blessed is the understanding among those who follow it. And blessed is their determination. And blessed are they who revere the man who awakes and follows the way. They are free from fear. They are free. they have crossed over the river of sorrow. Joy. Live in joy, in love, even among those who hate. Live in joy, in health, even among the afflicted. Live in joy, in peace, even among the troubled. Live in joy without possessions, like the shining ones. The winner sows hatred because the loser suffers. Let go of winning and losing, and find joy. There is no fire like passion, no crime like hatred, no sorrow like separation, no sickness like hunger, and no joy like the joy of freedom. Health, contentment, and trust are your greatest possessions, and freedom your greatest joy. Look within. Be still. Free from fear and attachment. Know the sweet joy of the way. How joyful to look upon the awakened and to keep company with the wise. How long the road to the man who travels with a fool, but whoever follows those who follow the way discovers his family and is filled with joy. Follow then the shining ones, the wise, the awakened, the loving, for they know how to work and forbear. Follow them as the moon follows the path of the stars. Pleasure. Do not let pleasure distract you from meditation, from the way. Free yourself from pleasure and pain, for in craving pleasure or in nursing pain, there is only sorrow. Like nothing, lest you lose it, lest it bring you grief and fear. Go beyond likes and dislikes. From passion and desire, sensuousness and lust, arise grief and fear. Free yourself from attachment. He is pure and sees. He speaks the truth and lives it. He does his own work. So he is admired and loved. With a determined mind and undesiring heart, he longs for freedom. He is called Udam Soto, he who goes upstream. When a traveler at last comes home from a far journey, with what gladness his family and his friends receive him. Even so shall your good deeds welcome you like friends, and with what rejoicing when you pass from this life to the next. Anger. Let go of anger. Let go of pride. When you are bound by nothing, you go beyond sorrow. Anger is like a chariot careering wildly. He who curbs his anger is the true charioteer. Others merely hold the reins. With gentleness, overcome anger. With generosity, overcome meanness. With truth, overcome deceit. Speak the truth. Give whatever you can. Never be angry. These 3 steps will lead you into the presence of the gods. The wise harm no one. They are masters of their bodies, and they go to the boundless country. They go beyond sorrow. Those who seek perfection keep watch by day and night till all desires vanish. Listen, Achula, this is not new. It is an old saying. They blame you for being silent. They blame you when you talk too much and when you talk too little. Whatever you do, they blame you. The world always finds a way to praise and a way to blame. It always has, and it always will. But who dares blame the man whom the wise continually praise, whose life is virtuous and wise, who shines like a coin of pure gold. Even the gods praise him, even Brahma praises him. Beware of the anger of the body. Master the body, let it serve truth. Beware of the anger of the mouth. Master your words, let them serve truth. Beware of the anger of the mind. Master your thoughts, let them serve truth. The wise have mastered body, word, and mind. They are the true masters.
This is the coolest hat my wife has ever gotten for me. Solar-powered adjustable fans built into the hat. And while it may look a little ridiculous, it's absolutely comfortable. The fan angle is easy to adjust, and the lightweight mesh material keeps your head cool. I love the full brim hat because it protects the back of my neck from sunburn. At first, I was worried the weight of the fans would pull down my hat, but there's actually an adjustable strap that makes it easy to fit.
Impurity. You are as the yellow leaf. The messengers of death are at hand. You are to travel far away. What will you take with you? You are the lamp to lighten the way. Then hurry, hurry. When your light shines without impurity or desire, you will come into the boundless country. Your life is falling away. Death is at hand. Where will you rest on the way? What have you taken with you? You are the lamp to lighten the way. Then hurry, hurry. When your light shines purely, you will not be born, and you will not die. As a silversmith sifts dust from silver, remove your own impurities, little by little. Or, as iron is corroded by rust, your own mischief will consume you. Neglected, the sacred verses rust, for beauty rusts without use, and, unrepaired, the house falls into ruin, and the watch without vigilance fails. In this world and the next, there is impurity and impurity. When a woman lacks dignity, when a man lacks generosity, but the greatest impurity is ignorance. Free yourself from it. Be pure. Life is easy for the man who is without shame. Impudent as a crow, a vicious gossip, vain, meddlesome, dissolute. But life is hard for the man who quietly undertakes the way of perfection with purity, detachment, and vigor. He sees light. If you kill, lie, or steal, commit adultery, or drink, you dig up your own roots. And if you cannot master yourself, the harm you do turns against you grievously. You may give in the spirit of light, or as you please, but if you care how another man gives or how he withholds, you trouble your quietness endlessly. These envying roots, destroy them and enjoy a lasting quietness. There is no fire like passion. There are no chains like hate. Illusion is a net, desire a rushing river. How easy it is to see your brother's faults, how hard to face your own. You winnow his in the wind like chaff, but yours you hide like a cheat covering up an unlucky throw. Dwelling on your brother's faults multiplies your own. You are far from the end of your journey. The way is not in the sky, the way is in the heart. See how you love whatever keeps you from your journey. But the Tathagatas, they who have gone beyond, have conquered the world. They are free. The way is not in the sky, the way is in the heart. All things arise and pass away, but the awakened awake forever. The just. If you determine your course with force or speed, you miss the way of the law. Quietly consider what is right and what is wrong, receiving all opinions equally, without haste, wisely observe the law. Who is wise, the eloquent or the quiet man? Be quiet and loving and fearless. For the mind talks, but the body knows. Gray hairs do not make a master. A man may grow old in vain. The true master lives in truth, in goodness and restraint, non-violence, moderation, and purity. Fine words or fine features cannot make a master out of a jealous and greedy man. Only when envy and selfishness are rooted out of him may he grow in beauty. A man may shave his head, but if he still lies and neglects his work, if he clings to desire and attachment, how can he follow the way? The true seeker subdues all waywardness. He has submitted his nature to quietness. He is a true seeker, not because he begs, but because he follows the lawful way, holding back nothing, holding to nothing. Beyond good and beyond evil, beyond the body and beyond the mind. Silence cannot make a master out of a fool, but he who weighs only purity in his scales, who sees the nature of the two worlds, he is a master. He harms no living thing. And yet, it is not good conduct that helps you upon the way, nor ritual, nor book learning, nor withdrawal into the self, nor deep meditation. None of these confers mastery or joy. O seeker, rely on nothing until you want nothing. The way. The way is eightfold. There are four truths. All virtue lies in detachment. The master has an open eye. This is the only way to the opening of the eye. Follow it. Outwit desire. Follow it to the end of sorrow. When I pulled out sorrow's shaft, I showed you the way. It is you who must make the effort. The masters only point the way. But if you meditate and follow the law, you will free yourself from desire. Everything arises and passes away. When you see this, you are above sorrow. This is the shining way. Existence is sorrow. Understand and go beyond sorrow. This is the way of brightness. Existence is illusion. Understand. Go beyond. This is the way of clarity. You are strong. You are young. It is time to arise. So, arise, lest through irresolution and idleness you lose the way. Master your words. Master your thoughts. Never allow your body to do harm. Follow these three roads with purity, and you will find yourself upon the one way, the way of wisdom. Sit in the world. Sit in the dark. Sit in meditation. Sit in light. Choose your seat. Let wisdom grow. Cut down the forest, not the tree, for out of the forest comes danger. Cut down the forest, fell desire, and set yourself free. While a man desires a woman, his mind is bound as closely as a calf to its mother. As you would pluck an autumn lily, pluck the arrow of desire. For he who is awake has shown you the way of peace. Give yourself to the journey. Here shall I make my dwelling in the summer and the winter and in the rainy season. So the fool makes his plans, sparing not a thought for his death. Death overtakes the man who, giddy and distracted by the world, cares only for his flocks and his children. Death fetches him away as a flood carries off a sleeping village. His family cannot save him, not his father, nor his sons. Know this. Seek wisdom and purity. Quickly clear the way.
We tried everything, but Charlie still struggled with math. Then another mom recommended IXL, a learning program that really worked for her daughter. We thought, why not? Let's give it a try. With IXL, not only does Charlie get extra math practice and guidance, but he's also able to explore other topics and skills he's interested in. So if you're wondering if IXL is right for your child, I would say wait. You'll see a difference right away.
Out of the forest, there is pleasure, and there is bliss. Forgo the first to possess the second. If you are happy at the expense of another man's happiness, you are forever bound. You do not what you should. You do what you should not. You are reckless, and desire grows. But the master is wakeful. He watches his body. In all his actions, he discriminates, and he becomes pure. He is without blame, though once he may have murdered his mother and his father, 2 kings, a kingdom, and all its subjects. Though the kings were holy, and their subjects among the virtuous, yet is he blameless. The followers of the awakened awake, and day and night they watch and meditate upon their master. Forever wakeful, they mind the law. They know their brothers on the way. They understand the mystery of the body. They find joy in all beings. They delight in meditation. It is hard to live in the world and hard to live out of it. It is hard to be one among many. And for the wanderer, how long is the road wandering through many lives? Let him rest. Let him not suffer. Let him not fall into suffering. If he is a good man, a man of faith, honored and prosperous, wherever he goes, he is welcome. Like the Himalayas, good men shine from afar, but bad men move unseen like arrows in the night. Sit, rest, work, alone with yourself, never weary. On the edge of the forest, live joyfully, without desire. The dark. One man denies the truth, another denies his own actions. both go into the dark, and in the next world suffer where they offend truth. Wear the yellow robe, but if you are reckless, you will fall into darkness. If you are reckless, better to swallow molten iron than eat at the table of good folk. If you court another man's wife, you court trouble. Your sleep is broken, you lose your honor, you fall into darkness. You go against the law, you go into the dark. Your pleasures end in fear, and the king's punishment is harsh. But as a blade of grass held awkwardly may cut your hand, so renunciation may lead you into the dark. Or if in your renunciation you are reckless and break your word, if your purpose wavers, you will not find light. Do what you have to do, resolutely, with all your heart. The traveler who hesitates only raises dust on the road. It is better to do nothing than to do what is wrong. Or whatever you do to yourself. Like a border town well guarded, guard yourself within and without. Let not a single moment pass, lest you fall into darkness. Feel shame only where shame is due. Fear only what is fearful. See evil only in what is evil, lest you mistake the true way and fall into darkness. See what is. See what is not. Follow the true way. Rise. The elephant. I shall endure hard words as the elephant endures the shafts of battle. Or many people speak wildly. The tamed elephant goes to battle. The king rides him. The tamed man is the master. He can endure hard words in peace. Better than a mule or the fine horses of Sind or the mighty elephants of war is the man who has mastered himself. Not on their backs can he reach the untrodden country, but only on his own. The mighty elephant Danapalaka is wild when he is in rut, and when bound he will not eat, remembering the elephant grove. The fool is idle, he eats and he rolls in his sleep like a hog in a sty, and he has to live life over again. My own mind used to wander wherever pleasure or desire or lust led it, but now I have it tamed. I guide it as the keeper guides the wild elephant. Awake, be the witness of your thoughts. The elephant hauls himself from the mud. In the same way, drag yourself out of your sloth. If the traveler can find a virtuous and wise companion, let him go with him joyfully and overcome the dangers of the way. But if you cannot find friend or master to go with you, travel on alone, like a king who has given away his kingdom, like an elephant in the forest. Travel on alone, rather than with a fool for company. Do not carry with you your mistakes. Do not carry your cares. Travel on alone, like an elephant in the forest. To have friends in need is sweet, and to share happiness, and to have done something good before leaving this life is sweet, and to let go of sorrow. To be a mother is sweet, and a father. It is sweet to live arduously, and to master yourself. Oh, how sweet it is to enjoy life living in honesty and strength. And wisdom is sweet, and freedom. Desire. If you sleep, desire grows in you like a vine in the forest. Like a monkey in the forest, you jump from tree to tree, never finding the fruit. From life to life, never finding peace. If you are filled with desire, your sorrows swell like the grass after the rain. But if you subdue desire, your Your sorrows fall from you like drops of water from a lotus flower. This is good counsel, and it is for everyone. As the grass is cleared for the fresh root, cut down desire, lest death after death crush you, as a river crushes the helpless reeds. For if the roots hold firm, the felled tree grows up again. If desires are not uprooted, sorrows grow again in you. 36 streams are rushing toward you, desire and pleasure and lust. Play in your imagination with them and they will sweep you away. Powerful streams, they flow everywhere. Strong vine, if you see it spring up, take care. Pull it out by the roots. Pleasures flow everywhere. You float upon them and are carried from life to life. Like a hunted hare you run, the pursuer of desire pursued, harried from life to life. O seeker, give up desire. Shake off your chains. You have come out of the hollow into the clearing. The clearing is empty. Why do you rush back into the hollow? Desire is a hollow, and people say, look, he was free, but now he gives up his freedom. It is not iron that imprisons you, nor rope, nor wood, but the pleasure you take in gold and jewels and sons and wives. Soft fetters, yet they hold you down. Can you snap them? There are those who can, who surrender the world, forsake desire, and follow the way. O slave of desire, float upon the stream. Little spider, stick to your web, or else abandon your sorrows for the way. Abandon yesterday, and tomorrow, and today.
A fun and easy way to make cash. Sign up directly on the app. Choose your own hours. Get paid to deliver on your time. There are opportunities in over 7,000 cities. Keep 100% of your tips. Download the DoorDash driver app and get started today.
Cross over to the farther shore, beyond life and death. Do your thoughts trouble you? Does passion disturb you? Beware of thirstiness, lest your wishes become desires, and desire binds you. Quieten your mind. Reflect. Watch. Nothing binds you. You are free. You are strong. You have come to the end, free from passion and desire. You have stripped the thorns from the stem. This is your last body. You are wise. You are free from desire, and you understand words and the stitching together of words, and you want nothing. Victory is mine. Knowledge is mine, and all purity, all surrender. I want nothing. I am free. I found my way. Whom shall I call teacher? The gift of truth is beyond giving, the taste beyond sweetness, the joy beyond joy. The end of desire is the end of sorrow. The fool is his own enemy. Seeking wealth, he destroys himself. Seek rather the other shore. Weeds choke the field. Passion poisons the nature of man, and hatred, illusion, and desire. Honor the man who is without passion, hatred, illusion, and desire. What you give to him will be given back to you, and more. The Seeker. Master your senses. What you taste and smell, what you see, what you hear. In all things, be a master of what you do and say and think. Be free. You are a seeker. Delight in the mastery of your hands and your feet, of your words and your thoughts. Delight in meditation and in solitude. Compose yourself. Be happy. You are a seeker. Hold your tongue. Do not exalt yourself, but lighten the way, for your words are sweet. Follow the truth of the way. Reflect upon it. Make it your own. Live it. It will always sustain you. Do not turn away what is given you, nor reach out for what is given to others, lest you disturb your quietness. Give thanks for what has been given you, however little. Be pure. Never falter. You have no name and no form. Why miss what you do not have? The seeker is not sorry. Love and joyfully follow the way, the quiet way to the happy country. Seeker, empty the boat, lighten the load, passion and desire and hatred, and sail swiftly. There are 5 at the door to turn away, and 5 more, and there are 5 to welcome in. And when 5 have been left stranded on the shore, the seeker is called O Gati Nati, he who has crossed over. Seeker, do not be reckless. Meditate constantly, or you will swallow fire and cry out no more. If you are not wise, how can you steady the mind? If you cannot quieten yourself, what will you ever learn? How will you become free? With a quiet mind, come into that empty house, your heart, and feel the joy of the way beyond the world. Look within, the rising and the falling. What happiness! How sweet to be free! It is the beginning of life, of mastery and patience, of good friends along the way, of a pure and active life. So, live in love, do your work, make an end of your sorrows, or see how the jasmine releases and lets fall its withered flowers. Let fall willfulness and hatred. Are you quiet? Quieten your body. Quieten your mind. You want nothing. Your words are still. You are still. By your own efforts, waken yourself. Watch yourself. And live joyfully. You are the master. You are the refuge. As a merchant breaks in a fine horse, master yourself. How gladly you follow the words of the awakened, how quietly, how surely you approach the happy country, the heart of stillness. However young, the seeker who sets out upon the way shines bright over the world. Like the moon, come out from behind the clouds, shine. The true master. Wanting nothing with all your heart, stop the stream. When the world dissolves, everything becomes clear. Go beyond this way or that way to the farther shore, where the world dissolves and everything becomes clear. Beyond this shore and the farther shore, beyond the beyond, where there is no beginning, no end, without fear, go. Meditate. Live purely. Be quiet. Do your work with mastery. By day the sun shines and the warrior in his armor shines. By night the moon shines and the master shines in meditation. But day and night the man who is awake shines in the radiance of the spirit. The master gives up mischief. He is serene. He leaves everything behind him. He does not take offense and he does not give it. He never returns evil for evil. Alas for the man who raises his hand against another, and even more for him who returns the blow. Resist the pleasures of life and the desire to hurt, till sorrows vanish. Never offend by what you think, or say, or do. Honor the man who is awake and shows you the way. Honor the fire of his sacrifice. Matted hair or family or caste do not make a master, but the truth and goodness with which he is blessed. Your hair is tangled and you sit on a deerskin. What folly, when inside you are ragged with lust. The master's clothes are in tatters. His veins stand out. He is wasting away. Alone in the forest, he sits and meditates. A man is not born to mastery. A master is never proud. He does not talk down to others. Owning nothing, he misses nothing. He is not afraid. He does not tremble. Nothing binds him. He is infinitely free. So cut through the strap and the thong and the rope. Loosen the fastenings. Unbolt the doors of sleep and awake. The master endures insults and ill treatment without reacting, for his spirit is an army. He is never angry. He keeps his promises. He never strays. He is determined. This body is my last, he says. Like water on the leaf of a lotus flower, or a mustard seed on the point of a needle, he does not cling, for he has reached the end of sorrow and has laid down his burden. He looks deeply into things and sees their nature. He discriminates and reaches the end of the way. He does not linger with those who have a home, nor with those who stray. Wanting nothing, he travels on alone. He hurts nothing. He never kills. He moves with love among the unloving, with peace and detachment among the hungry and querulous. Like a mustard seed from the point of a needle, hatred has fallen from him, and lust, hypocrisy, and pride. He offends no one, yet he speaks the truth. His words are clear, but never harsh. Whatever is not his, he refuses, good or bad, great or small. He wants nothing from this world, and nothing from the next. He is free. Desiring nothing, doubting nothing, beyond judgment and sorrow and the pleasure of the senses, he is moved beyond time. He is pure and free. How clear he is. He is the moon. He is serene. He shines. For he has traveled life after life the muddy and treacherous road of illusion. He does not tremble or grasp or hesitate. He has found peace. Calmly, he lets go of life, of home, and pleasure, and desire. Nothing of men can hold him. Nothing of the gods can hold him. Nothing in all creation can hold him. Desire has left him, never to return. Sorrow has left him, never to return. He is calm. In him the seed of renewing life has been consumed. He has conquered all the inner worlds. With dispassionate eye he sees everywhere the falling and the uprising. And with great gladness he knows that he has finished. He has woken from his sleep, and the way he has taken is hidden from men, even from spirits and gods, by virtue of his purity. In him there is no yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. Possessing nothing, wanting nothing, he is full of power. Fearless, wise, exalted, he has vanquished all things. He sees by virtue virtue of his purity. He has come to the end of the way, over the river of his many lives, his many deaths, beyond the sorrow of hell, beyond the great joy of heaven, by virtue of his purity. He has come to the end of the way. All that he had to do, he has done, and now he is one.
And Afterword, written and read by Jacob Needleman.
Buddhism was born in India. In its beginnings, it conceived of itself not as a new religion, but as a reconstitution of what is essential in the vastness of the Hindu tradition. Taken as a whole, the Hindu religion can be likened to an Olympian armed campaign, with great generals dispersed abroad, their huge armies and infinitely variegated weaponry converging upon the enemy, the ego, under some divinely conceived master strategy. Compared to this, Buddhism appears upon the Indian scene as a direct, hand-to-hand attack with no holds barred, striking instantly and mercilessly at the enemy's weakest point. By and large, Buddhism has retained this quality of one-pointed practicality, even amid the later flowering of a metaphysics and mythology which, in all of its aspects, rivals the entirety of Hinduism. Put succinctly, the Buddha, who is understood to have lived and taught in the 6th century BC, taught that the principal cause of all human suffering and desolation is the deeply ingrained belief that there is such a thing as a self or ego that persists through time and change. Everything else in Buddhism, its art, philosophy, rituals, and techniques, originated as tools for the destruction of man's illusion that he is a self. This doctrine of no self, or non-Atman, is, as it is said, the diamond which cuts through all errors and confusions of humanity. According to this teaching, everything in human nature is in flux, and a man is nothing but a serial bundle of sensations, thoughts, and feelings, one proceeding from another with nothing to hold them together either in life or death. And not only man, but all things in the universe are without self, without a fixed nature that abides from moment to moment. In the endless and rigorously determined chain of cause and effect that constitutes the universe, we human beings fail by fixing our interest or desire upon one or another phenomenal aggregate, either within ourself or external to ourself. Therein is the root of all our sorrow. What can liberate us is the deep and thorough understanding of all things, including the personality, as causally determined processes of becoming. Consciousness, meaning the totality of thought, feeling, perception, sensation, pleasure, and pain, is not a being, but a passion, not an activity, but only a sequence of reactions in which we, who have no power to be either as or when we will, are fatally involved. Individuality is motivated by and perpetuated by wanting, and the cause of all wanting is ignorance. For we ignore that the objects of our desire can never be possessed in any real sense of the word, ignore that even when we have got what we want, we still want to keep it, and are still in the state of desire. The ignorance meant is of things as they really are, and the consequent attribution of substantiality to what is merely phenomenal, a seeing of self in what is not self. At first glance, this doctrine of no self seems in direct opposition to the Hindu view. But If there is any general view with which the Buddhist doctrine conflicts, it is surely our own Western worldview, as embodied not only in the popular understanding of Judeo-Christian doctrine, but in the goals our whole civilization has set for itself. The religions of the West have imbued us with the idea of an individual eternal soul created by God, also in His way an individual, infinitely precious and irreducibly real. As our modern society drew away from religious doctrine, it substituted for the soul the idea of individual personality, not immortal perhaps, but for that very reason all the more our own and precious. The establishment of our identity, our role, has been the banner cry not only of scientific psychology, but of all the major intellectual movements of modern times, including existentialism and humanism. We measure a person's strength by what we take to be the distinctness and vividness of his individuality. And we all seek to make our mark, either as artists, scientists, or business people. To the Buddhist, all this striving is the pursuit of a phantom. The identity we seek to establish is nothing more than a thought, a picture in the mind of what we are or can be. It is in no wise based on fact. Our sense of persistence and sameness through change is a trick played upon us by the automatic functions of memory and buttressed by the fact that we are given a name and treated by others as though we were a self. Indeed, our whole society is but a vast collection of sleepwalkers, each addressing the other and conceiving of himself within his own dream of selfhood. All our ideas of morality and obligation, blame and praise are based on this dream and serve only to strengthen the illusion of its reality. Putting the Buddhist doctrine of no self in the above way, its congruence with Hindu thought becomes clearer. We might say that for the Hindu or Brahmanic religion, human ignorance is the ignorance of who we are, of our ultimate divinity. Where for Buddhism, it is ignorance of what we are not. We are not this ego. It is in fact the cardinal trait of Buddhism that its teachings are in negative terms. Break down the illusion, the error, and the truth will appear by itself, for it is always there. It is only obscured and hidden by our ignorant beliefs about ourselves and the desires attached thereto. Of all the great religious teachers of the world, none has incarnated and lived the idea that ultimate reality is beyond the grasp of the ordinary mind with more purity and concentration than the Buddha. This in part explains why the Buddha's discourses say nothing about the existence of a supreme being, for example, or about immortality. Such questions tend not to edification, since they are put by the deluded mind, which is quite content to speculate endlessly about these matters while clinging to the very beliefs which perpetuate its suffering. Its strategy of negation has misled many Westerners into thinking Buddhism is pessimistic and anti-life. Some have even thought of nirvana, the ultimate goal of Buddhist discipline, as a sort of spiritual suicide. Nothing could be further from the truth, and in fact there is no religion which has a higher estimation of human possibility. It is only that it is not spoken of directly and positively. The exalted level of nirvana can be seen indirectly by attending to everything which the Buddhists say it is not. It is not love, consciousness, peace, freedom, happiness, or immortality in any sense that we understand. We are given no words for it, because we have no experience of it. And in the absence of a corresponding experience, names merely purchase further illusions. The Gospels, we may recall, also speak of the peace that passeth understanding. We come to the conclusion that just as the great mystics and saints of our own traditions could describe the supreme reality only by negation and analogy, so the Buddhist tells us of nirvana. Since, however, nirvana also designates the whole of reality, then we see why Buddhism also refuses to admit that our ordinary thinking and language can accurately be applied to anything that is real. Thus, reality is also named the void or emptiness. The final note, especially important when we come to inquire if a genuine Buddhist way can take root on our own soil. Buddhist moral rules are never ends in themselves. It is essential to realize that ethical commandments in the Dhammapada are understood as necessary preliminaries to any greater spiritual development. What is especially valuable about the Dhammapada is that it shows us there is no real separation between true human morality and the process of inner development. The admonitions and insights in this great text resonate on all levels of our search for our authentic humanity. At one stroke, they bring inspiration to our halting everyday efforts to care for our neighbor and guidance in our efforts to look into ourselves for the radiant energy that is traditionally termed the Buddha nature. The Dhammapada presents itself as the actual sayings of Gautama Buddha and was originally compiled for the growing community of Buddhist monks. It was apparently in existence by the time of the Emperor Ashoka in 250 BC and quickly became popular with all schools of Buddhist thought and practice. It is now, no doubt, time for it to speak more universally to the whole of our morally and spiritually hungry modern world.
Does your dog hate bath time? You need to try this. This is our lick mat. We put some peanut butter on there. Look at how sad he is to get in the bath. He is sad, miserable dog. And then once he smells the peanut butter, he is completely fine. He doesn't even know he's getting wet. Got his back wet, and then you get the ears, get on top of the head, back, and he doesn't care. And he gets a little treat at the end. We even use it to dry him off and to brush him after the bath. It's literally magic. Lick Mat's available now. Check him out.
Oh, should have bought Dixie. These weak store brand plates are risky business.
Next time, get Dixie Ultra Plates. 3 times stronger than the leading store brand. Dixie, make it right.
Welcome to Being in the Way, the Alan Watts podcast, and today we're going to listen to the second talk from the Japan tours, Religion of No Religion. And this was a talk that he gave at Mount Koyasan, and it's a wonderful exploration of Buddhism. And without further ado, here is Alan Watts from Religion of No Religion.
I was discussing last night the Bodhisattva doctrine in Mahayana Buddhism and comparing it or relating it to the two great tendencies in Indian spirituality, anti-worldliness or otherworldliness, and world affirmation, and showing how the idea that the highest kind of a Buddha is in a certain way a non-Buddha. The highest kind of a Buddha is like an ordinary person. And this comes out very, very much in various tendencies in Zen, where, for example, all the painting peculiarly characteristic of Zen Buddhism in the Chinese and Japanese tradition is, as it were, secular. It has a peculiarly non-religious atmosphere. That is to say, the painting of Shingon sect and Tendai sect, as you saw it in the museum today, was religious painting. You could tell at once that the subject matter of these paintings is religious. But with Zen painting, the way of dealing with philosophical and spiritual themes is secular. So that when an artist like Sengai, living in the 17th century Japan, paints the Buddha, there is something slightly humorous about the Buddha. He wears his halo over one ear. There is an informality, a slight raffishness. And so this comes from China, from those great Sung artists like Liang Kai, who painted the sixth patriarch of Zen chopping bamboos, looking like the most extraordinarily unkempt country oaf. So, also, the greatest Zen painting has as its subject matter not really religious themes at all. It uses pine branches, rocks, bamboos, grasses, everything of that kind. And you would never know that these things were icons. Likewise also in poetry, which we will go into more extensively in the future. The superb expression of Zen poetry is derived from the Chinese poet Hokoji, who says, wondrous action, supernatural power, drawing water, carrying fuel. Now, that poem is a little bit too religious for Zen taste. And so, preferable to that is Basho's famous poem, The Old Pond, a frog jumps in, plop. Plop is the only possible English translation for the Japanese mizu no otto, which means literally the water's sound. Plop. But that poem, you see, is a very high-style Zen poem because it has nothing in it about religion. There is a poem on the edge, which also was written by Basho, which says, when the lightning flashes, how admirable he who does not think life is fleeting. You see, the flash of a lightning is a Buddhist cliche for the transiency of the world. Your life goes by and it disappears as fast as a flash of lightning. That becomes a cliche. So, all religion, all religious comments about life eventually become cliches. And that's why religion always is falling apart and becoming a certain kind of going through the motions, a kind of imitation of attitudes. As if one would say, we've got a book called The Imitation of Christ. It's a terrible book. because everybody who imitates Christ is a kind of a fake Jesus. So in the same way, there's all kinds of imitation Buddhas, not just sitting on altars made of wood and gilded, but just sitting around in monasteries. So one might say then that the highest kind of religious or spiritual attainment has no way, a sign about it that it is religious or that it is spiritual. And so as a metaphor for this, there was used in Buddhism from the very beginning the idea of the tracks of birds in the sky. They don't leave any tracks. And so the way of the enlightened man is like the track of a bird in the sky. And as one poem, a Chinese poem says, entering the forest, he does not disturb a blade of grass. Entering the water, he does not make a ripple. In other words, there is no sign about him to indicate that he is self-consciously religious. And this goes too for the fact that his not having any religious sign is also not something contrived. It isn't like Protestant simplicity. You know, all those Catholics with their rituals and how dreadful and insincere that is. But the real reason, you know, why Protestants think Catholic ritual is insincere? You know, it's expensive. Protestantism started in the burgher cities of Europe, places like Freiburg, Hamburg, you know, and Geneva, because the merchant class, who were the foundation of the bourgeoisie, got annoyed because every time the Saints' Day came around, all their employees got a day off because it was a holy day and they had to attend Mass. There were so many of these nuisance holy days, and all these contributions that were assessed by the church, buying your way out of purgatory and saying masses for the dead and so on and so forth, they found this not very economical. The priests were getting the money and so were the merchants. And so they decried as unbiblical and irreligious and wasteful all the finery of the Catholic religion and wanted something plain and simple. So it became, in course of time, a sign of being really religious, to avoid rituals and to avoid colorful clothing and splendor in churches and to be as ordinary as possible. But that is not yet the real religion of giving no sign of having a religion, because this simplicity and absence of ritual itself becomes a sign, a way of advertising how spiritual you are. So the completely bodhisattva type of person doesn't leave any trace, either by being religious overtly or by being non-religious overtly. How will you be neither religious nor non-religious? See, that's the great test. How will you avoid that trap of being one or the other? It's like, are you a theist or are you an atheist? See, the theist is caught by God and the idea of God, the belief in God, but the atheist is equally caught. Because an atheist is very often an atheist because he cannot stand the idea that God is watching him all the time. That there is this constant all-seeing eye prying on your most private life. And that there's this, you know how when you're a child in school and you're writing something or doing arithmetic and the teacher walks around the class and looks over your shoulder. Nobody wants to be watched like that. Even someone who's good at writing or at arithmetic doesn't want somebody looking over their shoulder while they're doing it. It puts you off. It bugs you. So the idea of the Lord God, who is watching us all the time, who is judging everything that we do, puts people off and they can't stand it. So better be an atheist to get rid of teacher. So, but But the atheist, you see, the man who advertises his disbelief in God is a very pious person. Nobody believes in God like an atheist. There is no God, and I am his prophet. So then, the true bodhisattva state is very difficult to pin down as being neither supremely religious nor blatantly secular. And people who think that the height of Buddhism or the height of Zen is to be perfectly ordinary have still missed the point, like the atheist has missed the point. But for this reason, then, there is an element in the art, the painting, the poetry, etc., which has been inspired by this kind of Buddhism. This kind of art where the subject matter is non-religious. Nevertheless, there is something about the way in which this non-religious subject matter is handled that stops you. And you know there's something strange about it. This is how I first became interested in Oriental philosophy and all that kind of thing. I had an absolute fascination for Chinese and Japanese painting, the secular painting, the landscapes, the treatment of flowers and grasses and bamboos. There was something about it that struck me as astonishing, even though the subject matter was extremely ordinary. And I just, as a child practically, I had to find out what was the strange element in those bamboos and those grasses. I was being, of course, taught by those painters to see grass. But there was something in there that one could never pin down, never put your finger on. And that was this thing that I will call the religion of no religion. The supreme attainment of being a Buddha who can't be detected. Who, in this sense, then leaves no trace. You remember, some of you have seen those 10 paintings called the 10 Stages of Spiritual Ox Herding. And the author, there are two sets of these paintings. There's a heterodox one and an orthodox one. The heterodox one has as the man catches the ox, it gets progressively whiter, until in the end it disappears altogether, and the last picture is an empty circle. But the orthodox set of paintings doesn't end with the empty circle. That the empty circle arises 2 from the end, 3 from the end. It is followed by 2 others. After the man has attained the state of emptiness, the state, in other words, of complete iconoclasm, the state of no attachment to any spiritual or psychological or moral crutch, there are 2 more steps. One is called returning to the origin, which is represented by a tree beside a stream. And the final one called entering the city with hands hanging down. That means hands, giving a handout, as it were, giving bounty. And it shows a picture of the fat Buddha, Putai, or in Japanese known as Hote, who has an enormous belly, big ears, who carries around a colossal bag. And what do you think this bag has in it? Trash. Wonderful trash. Everything that children love. Things that everybody else has thrown away and thought of as valueless. This bum collects. and gives it away to children. And so it says here that he goes on his way without following the steps of the ancient sages. His door is closed. That's the door of his house. And no glimpses of his interior life are to be seen. So, in other words, it's like when you erect a building, while you're building it, you have all kinds of scaffolding up. That shows you that building is going on. But when the building is complete, the scaffolding is taken down. To open a door, as they say in Zen, you may need to pick up a brick to knock at the door. But when the door is open, you don't carry the brick inside. To cross the river, you need a boat. But when you've reached the other side, you don't pick up the boat and carry it. So the brick, the boat, the scaffolding, all these things represent some sort of religious technology or method. And in the end, these are all to disappear. So that the saint will not be found in church. I don't take what I say literally. The saint can perfectly go to church without being sullied by church. But ordinary people, when they go to church, they come out stinking of religion. There was a great Zen master once, and one of his disciples asked him, "How am I making progress?" He said, "You're all right, but you have a trivial fault." "What is that?" He said, "You have too much Zen." Well, he said, when you're studying Zen, don't you think it's very natural to be talking about it? The master said, "When it's like an ordinary conversation, it is much better." And so another monk who was standing by listening to this exchange said to the master, "Why do you so specially dislike talking about Zen?" And he replied, "Because it turns one's stomach." So what did he mean when he said, when it's like an ordinary everyday conversation, it is somewhat better? When the old master Joshu was asked, at the end of the kalpa, when everything is destroyed in fire, there will be one thing remaining. What is that? And Joshu replied, "It's windy again this morning." So in Zen, when you're asked a question about religion, you reply in terms of the secular. When you're asked about something secular, you reply in terms of religion. So what is the eternal nature of the self? It's windy again this morning. "Please pass me a knife." The master hands him the knife with the blade first. He says, "Please give me the other end." What would you do with the other end? See, here the disciple starts out with the ordinary. "Please pass me the knife." And suddenly he finds himself involved in a metaphysical problem. But if he starts out with the metaphysical, he's going to get involved with the knife. So now, to go deeply into the religion of non-religion, we have to understand what you might call the final ultimate attainment of Mahayana Buddhist philosophy. And this is contained in a school of thought which is called in Chinese Hua Yan and in Japanese Kegon. Kegon is the intellectual foundation for Zen. And there was a great Chinese master by the name of Shumitz, who was simultaneously a Zen master and the fifth patriarch of the Huayan sect. Hua, it means flower. Yan, garland. The garland of flowers. And it's all based on a Sanskrit sutra called Avatamsaka. This is called simply in Japanese, Kegon Kyo. A very big sutra. And The subject matter of this sutra are what are called the four Dharma worlds. And I must explain what these four worlds are so that you get the point. First of all, there is a level of being which we will call G. The word G, which is Japanese way of pronouncing the Chinese Chi, is the world of things and events. What you might call the common sense world, the everyday world that our senses normally record. This word G, the character in Chinese, has a multiplicity of meanings because it can mean a thing or an event. It can also mean business, an affair, not in a love affair, but something in the way the French say les affaires, for business. Something important. It can also mean affectation. Putting something on or showing off. And so a person who is a master in Zen is called Buji, which means no business, no affectation, nothing special. The poem says, on Mount Lu there is misty rain, and the river Jiang is at high tide. When you have not been there, your heart is filled with longing. But when you have been there and come back, it was nothing special. Misty rain on Mount Lu, river Jiang at high tide. But this nothing special is not a way of putting something down. Do you see that? I could say, well, it was nothing special. It didn't really amount to anything. That's one way of saying it was very ordinary. But Buji, just as it doesn't mean it was very ordinary, in the same way that the person who has no religion is really the most religious. Do you see? He's not just a common, ignorant moron. He looks like one, but he isn't. And you have to know what he knows in order to see that he isn't and to recognize him for what he is. So nothing special, Buji. It doesn't stand out. It doesn't, as we would say it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. So the world of G then means generally the world of particulars, the world of multiplicity, the world we ordinarily feel we're involved in. So that's the first world. The second world is called the world of Ri. Now, Ri, in Chinese, Li, is, as I explained to you when we were discussing the idea of the law of nature, the character means the markings in jade, or the grain in wood, or the fiber in muscle. But in the Huayan philosophy, the word Ri means the universal, underlying all particulars, the one underlying all multiplicity. The unitive principle as distinct from G, which is the differentiation principle. So, as it were, it's like this. When you see into the nature of this world, you start from G. You start from noticing all the particular things and being baffled by their multiplicity and dealing with the multiplicity of things. But as you go into this, you discover and understand things. What do you mean when you understand things? It means you become aware of their relationships to each other, and eventually you see the unity behind them. And it is as if the multiplicity of the world dissolved into unity. And so here you encounter a problem. I can see the world as a unity. I can see the world as a multiplicity. But how the devil am I going to put the two visions together? If I am to be a practical success in business, in family life, and so on, I have to observe the world of particulars. It's particulars that matter. I have to know chalk from cheese. But if I become a saint, a monk, or a hermit, then or even perhaps a poet or an artist, I will forget about the practical matters and contemplate the unity, the secret meaning underlying all events. But then all those practical people are going to say to me, you're falling down on the job. You've escaped from life, because they feel that the world of particulars is the real world. But the other guy says, no, your particulars are not real. You make a success of things, yes, but it's completely temporary. You think you're an important person, that you're really contributing to human life. But actually, your success in doing this sort of thing lasts for a few years, and then you fall apart like everybody else does. Where's your success now? When you're dead? What happened to the millions of dollars you made? Where are you? They're all gone. So that isn't real from the standpoint of the person who concentrates on the unity. So then, to perfect our understanding, we have to go to the third of these worlds, which is called Ri Ji Mu Ge. Now, that means between Ri, the unity, and Ji, the particulars, Mu, there is no, Ge, block. That means the world of the universal and the world of particulars are not incompatible. Let's take two very different things and see how they can be united. Take shape and color. Never in a million years can you, with a black pencil that can draw shapes, make red. But if you have red, you can draw a circle. You can draw a red circle, even though the circle shape and the red color will never be the same. Yet red circle, they go beautifully together. So think of circle as G and red as Ri. The circle is the particular, the color is the universal. They go together. So then we might say the properly rounded out person is both spiritual and material, both otherworldly and worldly. This is the supreme attainment of a human being, to be both. Don't get one-sided. A person who is what you might call just a materialist ends up by being very boring. It's, you can live the successful life of the world and you can own every kind of material refinement. You can have the most beautiful home, delicious food, lovely women, marvelous yachts and cars and everything. But if you have no touch of mysticism, it eventually is all perfectly boring. And all those beautiful women turn out to be made of plastic. And you get tired of it. Then on the other hand, there are people who are purely spiritual. And they live in a kind of dry world where all luxury has been scrubbed away. And they are very intense people. When you are in their presence of a very spiritual person, an excessively spiritual person, you feel inclined to sit on the edge of your chair. You are not at ease, because you know the eye of judgment is looking through you and going down into your very soul and finding that you're just a scallywag after all. And here's this absolutely sincere, this dreadfully honest and unselfish person. Now, he is like a wine which has no body. It is pure alcohol, pure spirit. And on the other hand, the materialistic person is like a soft drink, which is all sweet and sugary, but no alcohol. Good drink, you see, like a very marvelous wine, is not alcohol. It has alcohol in it. And it's not poured in, you see. You don't add so much alcohol to grape juice to make wine. The alcohol in a fine wine is part and parcel of the whole substance of the wine. And also, it has its body, it has fragrance, and it has all this grown together. So in exactly the same way, a superior human being has sensuality, that's the body, as in the body of a wine, and spirituality, which is the alcohol, the heady, the intoxicating part. And thus, this is something which is always puzzling to people brought up in a Western environment, because great spiritual people are often very, very sensitive, because they can't be materialists in the ordinary sense. They can't be straight, open sensualists, because for them the world is too wonderful for that. See, they can't go around just, say, picking up anything in a skirt and make love to that, see, because any human being is too marvelous to be treated as just a kind of sexual object. They may be very much a sexual object, but so marvelous, you have to stop with it and really go into the whole of that marvelous, wonderful personality. So there is a trouble, keeps coming up for the West. When you go to church and you suddenly go to a church where there's a marvelous clergyman, and you think he is the very exemplar of life, and you idealize him, and then suddenly there is a frightful scandal that he has an affair with his secretary, and you think all is lost, that the faith has been sold out, that everything's going to rack and ruin, because he was not purely spiritual. And he himself may be terribly confused and worried about this, because in our world, you see, we make the spiritual and the material mutually exclusive. But Riji Muge, this third world, means that between the spiritual and the material there is no obstruction. So we might say this would sound as if it were the highest level, but there's one more to come, which is called Jiji Muge. This means then that suddenly Ri has disappeared. But between Ji and Ji, there is no obstruction. Between one event and any other event or events, there is no mutual exclusiveness. Shall I put it that way? This is the doctrine, the highest doctrine of Mahayana Buddhism, which you could call the doctrine of the mutual interpenetration of all things, or the mutual interdependence of all things. And its symbol is what is called Indra's net, that is used in the Avatamsaka Sutra. Imagine at dawn a multidimensional spider's web covered in dew. A vast, vast spider's web that is the whole cosmos, and is not only a kind of a flat thing, but a solid thing, and a solid in 4, 5, 6, and n dimensions, covered with jewels of dew, all of which have rainbow coloring. And every drop of dew contains in it the reflection of every other drop of dew. And since every drop of dew contains the reflections of all the others, each reflected drop of dew contains the reflections, you see, of all the others, and so ad infinitum. Now this is the Mahayana vision of the world, which is to say, this is relativity. That whatever exists in this world and is characterized as something particular, as a thing, as an event, as something or other, you see, as a unit, this does not exist without all other such things and events. So that you might say any one event implies all events. And all events, the total universe, past, present, and future, depends on every single member. In other words, you may say, I can understand that I depend on this whole universe. There could not be me unless there was everything else. It is harder to see the corollary of that the whole universe depends on you. You might say, well, how can that be? Because I come into being, and then I go out of being, and before I was born, I'm sure the universe is here, and after I die, I'm sure it will go on. How can you say then that the whole thing depends on me? Very simply, it depends on supposing you're dead, and we're talking about someone in the past. Let's say we're talking about Socrates. And I'm going to say this whole universe is on Socrates. I may put it more exactly. It depends on Socrates having existed. You see your parents now. Some of your parents may be alive, but some of your parents may be dead. Without your parents, you would not have come into being. So you depend on your parents, even when your parents have gone. So everything, even when you disappear, the universe will still depend on you, on your having been here. Or if you have not yet arrived, it depends on your going to be here. So we can say, obviously, going back to Socrates, the fact that Socrates existed tells us something about the kind of world we're living in. This world once Socratized. And that Socrates and his wisdom was a symptom of the kind of universe we're living in just the same way as I showed you that an apple is a symptom of a tree. A certain kind of tree tells us something about that tree, what it functions, how it produces things. So a world which produced Socrates, or a world which produced John Doe, who was nobody in particular, and nobody ever remembered him or thought to write his biography. Nevertheless, for all his obscurity, the whole universe depends on him, and it depends equally on every fruit fly, every gnat, every vibration of every gnat's wing, and it depends on every last electron, however brief its manifestation may be. So that what this is saying is that everything that there is implies everything else. And all those other things, collectively, in their totality, which we call the universe, in turn imply each individual object, event, and so on. That's the meaning of Indra's net. So that this is called in Zen to take up a blade of grass and use it as a golden Buddha 16 feet high. When you have a chain and you pick up a link, all the other links come up with it. You see? Because it implies, if this is a link, it is a link in a chain. If it isn't, it's just an oval piece of metal. But if it's a link, up come all other links. So if you are an event, every event, there's no such thing as a single event. The only possible single event is all events whatsoever. That could be regarded as the only possible atom. The only possible single thing is everything. But the things that we call things all imply each other. We know what we are only in relation to what we aren't. We know of the sensation of oneself only in relation to a sensation of something other. So the other goes with the self as the back goes with the front. And your life, however short, everything depends on it. If that did not happen, so in this sense, the whole world bears your signature. It would not be the same world if it weren't for you. You've heard, haven't you, what is called the pathetic fallacy? This was an idea of the 19th century, which said that it was false, wrong, to project human feelings on the world. The wind in the pine trees is not sighing. It's you who are sighing. The sun is not happy. It's you who are happy when the sun shines. So don't mix up your happiness with the sun. The sun has no feeling. The sun is not human. The wind has no feeling and is not human. The poet says, the moon doth with delight look round her when the heavens are bare. And the logician says, no, the poet looks round with delight at the moon in the bare heavens. How awful. I mean, if that's the point, you see, better not say any poetry, just have prose. But actually the moon does look round with delight when the poet looks round with delight, because the world of which one symptom is the moon is the same world of which another symptom is the poet. They go together. A world where there is a moon implies a world where there is a poet. A world where there is a poet implies a world where there is a moon. So in this sense, the moon can be said to look round with delight through the agency of the poet. Because you can't separate poet and moon. Just as you can't separate head and feet without destroying the unity of the body. So in that sense then, this whole world is a human world. And we should not take the silly attitude or philosophy called the philosophy of the pathetic fallacy, which says outside our skins it's all inhuman and dumb and blind force, and only inside the skin is there a human world. All this world is human because it depends not only on the existence of humanity in general, but on the existence of Mary Smith in particular. So the whole world is covered, as it were, with your personal signature. But at that moment when you suddenly seem to be everything and to be Mr. A, you suddenly see the obverse of this, that your particular personality is nothing at all without everything else, without everybody else. I need, in order to be Alan Watts, I need every single other human being, and the the uncontrollable otherness of all those other human beings, that I can't do anything about. They're going to be themselves whatever I do. And yet at the same time, I depend on all their difference from me, and yet they all depend, likewise, on me. So that I'm in a very funny position. The moment I would be egoless and say, I'm nothing without you, then suddenly I find I'm the kingpin. They all depend on me. Then suddenly, when I get swell-headed about being the kingpin, I find I'm nothing at all without them. So everything keeps going bloop, 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 bloop. In other words, the moment you think you've got it in one state, it transforms itself into the other. That's the Gigi Muge. Now, in Gigi Muge, you see, you've got a vision of the world in which everybody is boss and nobody is boss. There is no one boss who governs the whole thing. It takes care of itself. It's a colossal democracy. But yet every man and every uguisu and every snail is king in this world. And at the same time is commoner. And that's how it works. And there is no great king, although in Hinduism they have an idea, a very strange one to us, called Ishvara. Ishvara means the supreme personal God, the top being in the Deva world. And many Buddhists believe that there is such a God. There is a ruler of the universe, but he is lower than the Buddha. Because in the course of the endless cycles, Ishvara will dissolve into nothing. All gods, all angels are within the round of being. It's a very curious idea to our minds. And therefore, although Buddhists believe in God in that sense, they don't take it importantly. There are no shrines in Buddhism to Ishvara. So then, it is through Gigi Muge, this idea of the mutual interpenetration and interdependence of all things, that we have the philosophical basis for Zen as a practical, non-intellectual way of life. Because of the realization that the most ordinary event, the charcoal brazier, the mat, soup for dinner, sneezing, washing your hands, going to the bathroom, everything, all these so-called events, separate events, imply the universe. So this is why Zen people will use to demonstrate the cosmic and the metaphysical. Only they don't rationalize it that way. To see infinity in a grain of sand and eternity in an hour is still Riji Muge and not Gigi Muge. Gigi Muge is when you offer somebody the grain of sand, for God's sake, stop thinking about eternity. Here's just the grain of sand. There is no difference between the grain of sand and eternity. So you don't have to think about eternity as something implied by the grain of sand. The grain of sand is eternity. So in the same way exactly, our sitting here at this moment is not something different from nirvana. We are nirvana as sitting here exactly like this, you see. So you don't have to say any philosophical comment on the grain of sand or on our sitting here. That's called legs on a snake or a beard on a eunuch. You put legs on a snake, you see, and you embarrass the snake in its motion. And a eunuch doesn't need a beard. We would say in our idiom, don't gild the lily. Or Zen would say, don't put frost on top of snow. So all what you might call specifically religious activity is legs on a snake. Eventually, this is going to be eliminated, just as eventually we hope that government will be eliminated and will become unnecessary, because every individual will be self-governing and therefore relate properly to his brother, and the state will vanish. So too, at the same time, the church will vanish. And that's why in the book of Revelation, in the New Testament, it is said that in heaven there is no temple, because the whole place is the temple. So when we achieve the fulfillment of Buddhism, there is no Buddha, no temple, no gong, no bell, because the whole world is the sound of the bell. And the image of Buddha is everything you can look at. So a Zen master was asked, mountains and hills, are they not all forms of the body of Buddha? The master replied, yes, they are, but it's a pity to say so.
You've been listening to Alan Watts with The Religion of No Religion. This podcast was co-produced with the Ram Dass Be Here Now podcast network, and our theme music is by Zakir Hussain, courtesy of Moment Records. For further information about the Japan Tour series, visit alanwatts.org, and there you'll find all 8 talks. And today's was The Religion of No Religion.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Is this a Down syndrome sufferers coping room? What's happening here?
Tell you.
If people are sitting in that room and basically co-signing what's being said in Amir's room, you're either terrorist sympathizing or you're part of the problem.
Right? Acts of violence.
No, we're not doing any acts of violence on here talking about politics, are we? Surely.
So and that's where, and respectfully, I could say when I think that room is actually more dangerous than a terrorist organization. It's like a recruitment camp, and it radicalizes people. In my personal opinion, right?
Yeah, and BB, to your point, in Alormo's first formulation, he actually said terrorist or terrorist sympathizer. So I know it's been contracted now to just terrorists through several iterations, but the original formulation was actually terrorist or terrorist sympathizer.
Just terrorists. You're either that or that, basically. Yeah. I'm neither.
I'm praying for
Here, Teddy, my good friend, my brother.
if you
What
say
happened
so.
on October 7th, sir? Tell the room.
I completely disagree. I completely disagree.
I didn't ask you that, Darby.
He knows that. I completely disagree.
What happened, sir?
Are you upset?
Here's your big chance.
I don't need to tell you the ins and outs of the details. I can tell you I don't agree with it. Simple as
What
that.
happened?
I don't have to go. It's like 9/11. I don't have to go into the ins and out details. I disagree with what happened on 9/11. Same as 7th of October. I don't have to give you detail.
Calmly. Teddy, you didn't see. I think maybe Teddy, there may be a cognitive issue. So I'll ask you again. What happened on October 7th?
Killed loads of people.
I beg your pardon?
Went into Israel and killed loads of people.
I can't. Please say slowly, because I can't hear you. What happened? Hamas?
Israel and killed loads of people out of physics. That's what happened.
Did you say Hamas did this?
And I completely disagree with it. Yes, Hamas.
Wait, hang on. Did anybody else besides Hamas?
Just at a music festival. Hang on. Well, no, into Israel. Okay, let me take back what I said about the music festival. Into Israel. I'm like, you want the location to have to get up the individual points of where people died and shit? What do you mean? Because there's a big difference between saying something like Hamas entered Israel and killed people at a music festival to Hamas invaded Israel and actually had plans to go as far as Ashdod, Beersheba. Now you're trying to put words in my mouth because I'm not saying what you agree with. No, it's not a question. It's not a question of a country.
I agree. Hamas is just protecting their own. That's what I'm.
Malik left us there.
That's what I'm saying. Like me personally, as an Englishman,
you're not English. You're a Pakistani. You're a Pakistani. You're a Pakistani man. You open his mouth and you're already insulting him. What the hell?
I'm not. Why could you accuse me of being some kind of ethnicity? Like that's weird.
Well,
listen,
why is that weird?
I just
isn't everybody some kind of ethnicity?
I just can't condemn Hamas. I'm sorry.
Malik, you're a Paki.
I'm not a Paki.
So we do racism in it as well. Then. Absolutely. Absolutely. So you're a racist. So you're a racist to other people. You know what? So you're a racist to other people. And then when someone talks against Israel, they're anti-Semitic, and you cry.
Wait. Is Pakistani a race now? I'm very confused.
No, but Pakistan is the word he said, P-A-K-I, that is like the N-word for Pakistani. You call us Jews. He knows that. Yes, it is.
So the first half of the word, the first half of the word Pakistan means the N-word? Where are you getting this from? This is very creative.